Okay, I think we are all set. Let's get to the main screen. And good evening, everyone. Good evening, Volcano Kaiser. Good evening, Robin Sashiko. I hope I pronounced that correctly. So, yeah, we are doing some arts tonight. Probably a variety of things in my work in progress folders, which is honestly just my desktop. Yeah. I tell myself every day that I'll get to them eventually. And at least I'm working on some of them now, so. Oh, hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, I had to find some pretty stuffy in here. Oh, good evening, Bray. Yeah, let's see, what to react to tonight. Oh yeah, Rob Media made a video on chibi reviews. Coincidentally, Yujin also made a video on one of their recent scandals, which somehow devolved into a different one. Alright, let's go on.
I'm making this video as more of a statement to myself.
And she's like, you will die alone, because you can't even see what is in front of you. All you have left is your hollow adoration for your fans, because you just throw this one real thing away, just so you can look and comment on nude anime girls. You have called me almost everything under the bus, compared me to Hitler, compared me to Stalin. You have called me a Jew, you've called me a Nazi, you have called me a pedo, you have called me a cuck. You've done everything you can to put any form of buzzword on me. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna give you what you want.
You guys remember Keffels, the trans activist who waged a holy war against the website Kiwi Farms as an excuse to scam her fans out of $100,000? Well, despite her career being dead,
I do,
her
unfortunately.
spirit lives on through the actions of Chibi Reviews. Chibi, aka Jacob Siebers, is an anime review YouTuber who constantly seeks out controversy, usually to his own detriment. But to him, it doesn't matter if he's in the right or not. All that matters is if he can garner sympathy. He likes the attention, but his actions have resulted in negative ramifications for anyone in his crosshairs. As anything goes with Chibi, he'll slander you, reveal personal information, and send his hordes of fans to spam and mass flag his opponent's posts. In fact, I'm sure this video will be swarmed by his wretched fan base, but that's not going to deter me. This story
It ain't
is
gonna
way too
deter me
fascinating
either.
for me to give up on, as it involves a sketchy lawsuit, abuse allegations,
I'm nearing monetization,
rivalry,
so.
and a chair being made out of his brother's bones. This is the story of Chibi Reviews, the internet's current biggest crybaby.
pushed me over the
Chibi
edge.
began his channel all the way back in 2013 at the age of 18, calling himself that due to his short stature. He's confirmed before that he's 5'3", claiming that he hasn't grown an inch since the age of 12.
Oh, yippee, a
Either
Napoleon
he drew the short
complex.
straw, or he never went through puberty. Judging by his voice and demeanor, my headcanon is the latter.
Oh, I'm not lying. I'm not lying, Chivas. That title just does not see. Oh my fucking god.
Chibi would gain some notoriety for his reviews of animes and mangas, retaining decent viewership over time. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about this stuff. I didn't grow up watching any of this weird anime shit. I instead watched age-appropriate stuff like Regular Show and Total Drama.
It's beef testicle bourguignon.
Testicles?
If you've seen my
Age-appropriate
OGK
stuff.
documentary, you might remember when I thought Kyuko was referencing NTR, the anime, not the type of hentai. And if you don't know what NTR means, we'll get to that later. Because of the type of content he made, Chibi was
I'm
able
kind of
to garner an
terrified to find
incredibly
out,
loyal
honestly.
fan base, something he quickly took advantage of. On numerous occasions, he would make videos purely to garner sympathy, including a now deleted video from 2017 where he begs for money. Now, I will give him a bit of slack here, because this was during the adpocalypse and a lot of YouTubers were being unjustly demonetized. But at the same time, this guy could easily get a normal job if things were getting this bad, as he thinks he might actually starve to death and go homeless.
Here's the thing, the only reason why I'm able to focus so much on YouTube is because it is actually my main source of
I'm
income.
currently focusing on
And now
all that
that
weeb shit in the background
Basically,
as you're
this has
e-begging.
happened, and YouTube has had a very rough patch, and it's affected us all. I no longer have the money to basically even afford to eat, or even pay the bills, because of what has happened to YouTube. And so basically, if something is not done, I will be homeless. I'm basically jobless.
Probably should have chosen a better place to put that
frickin'
frickin' camera.
On top of that,
Just saying,
I won't
dude.
even have the ability to eat anything. And that's just not counting other little knickknacks and stuff. So, basically, at this time, the only option that's really available, like the smart option, would be to seek other alternates. For instance, go out of your way
Or
and
eBay.
try to figure out another way to make money.
So basically, you need to put the fries in the bag, little bro. Chibi just uses this as an excuse to shill his Patreon, practically begging on his hands and knees for his fans to donate to him.
I really need to
Guys
sell some of my
literally
old games.
have my
I don't think I play a whole lot of them.
comments. Depending on how this video goes, depending on how the reaction to me advertise my Patreon account goes and all of that, will probably determine what happens. And I won't blame any of you if you're upset with me for even saying stuff like this in this video. I won't blame you. I won't, because I know I feel guilty for even saying stuff like about my Patreon, but it needs to be said. It needed to be said. And like I said, it's make it or break it right now. And that's basically where it's at.
But I can't help but laugh at this when Chibi is begging for cash with his giant collection of anime Gooner toys in the background.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Imagine if I
saying.
made a video like this with my 6 figures worth of Lego sets in the background. You might as well see if you can fit your car in the background like that T. Martin apology video from back in the day. Adding insult to injury, Chibi...
Hey, I'll give the Lego sets a bit more credit. With the recent bricks and minifigs scandal going on, you could easily use it as an excuse. Not saying you should, I'm just saying you can.
would later do a video showcasing his thousands of manga novels, anime figurines, and unnerving posters. Imagine bringing a girl over and she sees this shit. Like, what is she thinking at that very moment? Probably doesn't help that his home at the time was at the Blair Witch House.
Ah, man.
While Chibi
That's
did gain a
adorable.
lot of support, he did notice
If
the
it-
occasional hater dunking on him for being a broke loser. But the
They
problem
think
Chibi
Chibi
had
could
is
actually
that he
get a
couldn't simply
girlfriend.
ignore his critics, letting them get to his head. He'd slowly start facing more backlash online, specifically due to some of the cringe shit he posted to Twitter. One time, he posted a joke that didn't land well, and some people jokingly told him to off himself. Instead of ignoring this, he tweeted, "Not gonna lie, it's not a good feeling being told to kill myself by multiple people today." His fans were telling him to not take it personally, but he clearly did. A similar
Oh,
incident
hey, Ray.
happened 2 years later, and instead of ignoring this, he decided to make 2 whole videos about it, farming it for content.
There is just so much hypocrisy on display with these people. It is just ridiculous. Like, I knew Twitter was insane. Like, I've experienced my fair share of death threats over the years. But to actually see racism and how people try to justify it and say that it is legitimately not racist is just crazy. Like,
the racism in question is him being called a cracker. He got called a cracker because he gave an unpopular take regarding the Chainsaw Man manga. But the reason he keeps engaging with these guys is because he
nothing
gets
much,
off
just
the idea
watching
of
Rob's
raping
media
people. But the problem is that the more you escalate,
documentary
the more
on chibi
everyone else
reviews.
is going to escalate. Chibi's main form of rage bait is to show his support for lolicon, which, if you don't know, is drawn sexual depictions of children. Now usually, when someone supports a lolly, they'll do it under the guise of being a debate bro, arguing in favor of various depraved things in order to flex their debate skills. You saw a lot of this during the pandemic, when all these political streamers were trying to boast about how smart and witty they are, but instead, this made them come across as complete degenerates. And coincidentally, a lot of them were later exposed for being full-blown pedophiles, like a good 90% of them. But maybe that's just me being bad faith. But Chibi instead defends Lolly due to his belief in free speech absolutism. His perspective is that people should have the right to
Oh, what a
express
shock
anything
there.
they want, without restrictions from the government or any social media platforms. But usually when a person defends this sort of thing, they mostly end up defending sexual depictions of children, instead of more important topics like censorship from big tech, or the suppression of anti-Israeli sentiment coming from the US government. As you'll see throughout the course of this video, Chibi doesn't actually care about free speech, and is instead more interested in protecting Lolly, due to the excessive amount of it he consumes on a daily basis. Chibi will say over and over again how lolicons aren't pedophiles, when the word itself literally just means anyone sexually attracted to young girls. Its name comes from the book Lolita, which is about a grown man who lusts after a 12-year-old girl. But to Chibi, it's just fictional content, using that as the basis for as many retarded defenses. There usually are kids involved.
I think
in the process
even
of
Brony
making Lolly,
fandom
as
tried
these
that
artists will
excuse.
typically use actual images of children
Just
as
saying.
inspiration, sometimes using AI, and others will flat out just trace over them. An infamous example some will remember is Sophie Labelle, who traced over an image of a baby going into a pool for their furry diaper fetish art. There's also Shadman, who drew lolly art of actual children like Daphne Keane and Keemstar's daughter. I've also seen lolly defenders bring up hypocrisy arguments, claiming that it should be normalized since horror movies exist, and people enjoy watching the gruesome stuff that happens there. The obvious difference is that lolicons don't simply just enjoy lolly content, they jerk off to it. I'd think someone is just as depraved if they got sexual arousal from watching people get their heads chopped off on Friday the 13th. The only other trick these lolicons have up their sleeve is to claim they're not jerking off to drawings of children. They're actually a 4,000-year-old vampire, or a short-stacked goblin.
Yes,
But
because
at
that totally
point,
worked with
it's
the
just
Dragon
code.
Maid
You're
fans.
a pedophile, and you should just own it. Though I'm sure I'll get a bunch of cretins leaving Dark Viper-style essays in the comments section about how I'm wrong, instead of owning up to the fact that they find little girls attractive. Chibi loves posting degenerate lolly shits at Twitter, and even encouraged his fans to draw him as a little girl, which I'm sure
So
he
normal
gets off
YouTube
to.
comments.
This then escalated into someone making not safe for work art with this character, reposting it for his thousands of followers to see. Chibi also happens to have a bunch of lolly posters around his house, with the standout being these two, which depict the character Hollow from the anime Spice and Wolf, with her bare ass out. This fan wiki points out that while she is immortal, she has the appearance of a 15-year-old, but he'll defend this crap till his dying breath, even making multiple videos speaking out against the censorship of lolly. Recently, he went after the website MangaDex for banning content that depicts sexual activities between minors, citing this as a blight on free speech. He thinks the website is being pressured by the UK government to do this, making a bunch of insane hypocrisy arguments.
regardless, MangaDex, the reason why they're probably doing this and they're removing a bunch of different things is probably 3 different reasons. You have an admin that obviously is trying to virtue signal, and they can't separate fictional content from reality. They think a drawing is a real person, which I think is wrong, because I feel like that really lowers the gravity of actual victims. Like, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. The Epstein files.
Hey guys, Jeffrey Epstein exists. That means you can't criticize lolicons and ban the content they consume. 2 things can be bad at the same time. All he's doing here is deflecting. Last month, he would also defend this person going by Mimi Yangaji, who initially was said to be arrested by UK police for their inappropriate VTuber model.
Her model is obviously the lolly body type. I'm just going to be honest here. And I know there's a lot of people out there that find this very icky, disgusting, shouldn't exist. Fine. You can have whatever opinion you want, but I want to say this once again. First off, as I already said, breaking her bail conditions, any type of NSFW that's not safe for work would get her arrested. That means not even the lolly body type, just any body type would get her arrested. Secondly, I would also like to point out that this is just a fictional design. This is not a real person. This is a drawing, a model, so to speak. And what this means is that any type of VTuber or artist that has any remotely suggestive content most likely will end up in the exact same position.
But it turns out, Chibi was reporting on misinformation, and this VTuber was actually just some dude who is an open pedophile. I can't exactly describe what they really drew about this video getting demonetized or age restricted, but it was bad enough for Chibi himself
a big shock
once he found out.
Why did you give that stupid stare at
6-year-olds, but not babies? I guess he's not a free speech absolutist after all. Though he later did a 180 after getting backlash from his pedophile fans, mainly due to how poorly worded his Twitter response was. He also previously claimed that this Mimi person had drawn Shadman art involving depictions of real children, blaming this misinfo on Kiwi Farms, even though he had simply misread what they said, because he's a fucking idiot. Chibi has also been opposed to the Texas Senate Bill 20, aka the Stopping AI-Generated Child Pornography Act. Now, Chibi has been very manipulative during his coverage of this, claiming the bill will be used to justify the censorship of anime and manga. His argument is that it's too vague and can lead down a slippery slope.
Obviously, if this bill theoretically was to come to pass and fully was able to pass, this would have an effect on My Dress Up Darling as a good example. For instance, just because Marin, is the way she looks, she obviously looks like an adult, but because the Wikipedia page says she's basically 16, it means that this bill theoretically could attack series like that, banning a lot of anime and manga that's like that, which would be, wow, it would be a crazy day if that actually happened.
But if you actually read the bill, it's pretty straightforward. It wants to ban AI or deep-faked sexual content involving children, along with any other depictions through animation. All Chibi is trying to do is fearmonger.
The rare Texas W.
Swap will remain unaffected unless it depicts minors being statutory raped.
Apparently, according to this, if the bill does pass the government table, the governor's table, it will officially become a law on September 1st, 2025, pretty much banning all anime in the states, which means that this can have an overarching effect, and this bill might be introduced into other states around the country and might cause other countries to follow suit with this bill.
Chibi also thinks the bill is unconstitutional, claiming it violates the First Amendment. All this signifies that he doesn't know what the Miller test is, or the fact that limits to freedom of speech exist in America for good reasons. But Chibi was so confident in his take that he assumed the bill would never pass.
So this overall bill that these senators are trying to pass in Texas is not going to go far. And a lot of the doom posting that a lot of people have been trying to say, it's not going to happen. It's not. No judge, no Supreme Court or anything is 100% going to approve this and allow this to fully become a law.
And then the bill did pass several months later, due to a unanimous vote across both political parties, which Chibi was not very happy about. He doesn't want the US government to stop him from enjoying his favorite child rape scenes, which he will post to Twitter so his fans can goon alongside him. One of these posts happened to cause controversy, as in October 2024, he'd reposted a clip from the anime Danadan. It depicts a group of aliens attempting to rape a teenage girl, with Chibi adding on the caption, "The animators didn't need to go so hard for the scene." Now, obviously, people had a problem with this, and they began leaving negative comments, completely shitting on him for this take. But Chibi saw this as straight up harassment, even asserting that these haters went out of their way to dox him. This was a blatant lie, as the dox in question came from Chibi's own video descriptions, which he changed due to this controversy. For some reason, he decided to list his P.O. box as his actual home address, and people had simply just pointed this out. If he actually got doxed, the best course of action was for him to ignore it, but he kept giving it attention. He then made a video titled, "I got doxed by the Boruto community, and now I'm officially suing the individuals responsible," where he announces a potential lawsuit against his detractors. Yes, this is fucking real. He wants to sue some of these people
goody, a
for
lawsuit.
for mean tweets. I thought that lawsuit Ethan Klein was threatening items with.
I swear we need to look up bingo at this
This
point.
video is being used as a paper trail for I can show to my lawyer, also the court system, because I am going to be filing a lawsuit against the individuals that are responsible.
Oh god,
for
I think he
doxing
even
my
said
private
lawsuit.
information. Now, as you can see on screen, I already have a few people that, is not necessarily going to be potentially in this lawsuit, but I do want to showcase the actions of what I've been going through throughout this entire ordeal in the last 48 hours or so.
And then he proceeds to read off a bunch of these meme tweets, including one that shows a meme thumbnail, which he genuinely believes is slanderous.
We have people making false thumbnail images of me, trying to slander me, saying I made content like this, and then trying to say, yeah, I made a video on this, when in reality, I did not.
And then, to end things off, he tries to be intimidating by showing off his gun.
So thankfully, I live in Tennessee. I don't live in California or anything. I'm able to legally own a gun. I've owned this for a while, and I'm going to tell you right now, if anyone wants to pull any stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. That's all I'm going to say.
How much do you want to bet that it's a fake gun? And even if
He
it
probably
was
doesn't
real,
even know what a
I guarantee
mag
you
is.
He's never used it before. It might as well be made out of Nerf. What would even compel Chibi to seek out this lawsuit in the first place? Well, that would be Legal Mindset, one of YouTube's scummiest lawyers. I've talked about many of this guy's insane takes throughout multiple different videos. He's basically Saul Goodman, if he shit in the mouth of Thai prostitutes instead of a sunroof. During this whole fiasco, he was aiding Chibi Reviews with the lawsuit.
I was only able to do something like this thanks to Legal Mindset. He's the one that helped me out, by the way, to set this stuff up. He's been very supportive. He gave me a lot of information. He was very transparent about
Oh yeah, did we also mention
and I appreciate
this
him.
dude
This
was
is a really good man,
one of
and I thank
Tectone's
you a lot.
Glazers?
I send you a lot of love. I appreciate you trying to help me out.
Legal Mindset is very sympathetic to Chibi's plight, as he's also into weird degenerate anime shits, and has his own list of scandals that he's had to sweep up. So he spends his coverage completely sweeping
Oh,
for
hey,
Chibi,
Volcano
exaggerating
Kaiser.
the harassment towards him and downplaying his pedophilic tendencies.
Because he covers an anime that has a character that has a petite model, he's a pedo?
And I found my lolly of the season. Naru, so fucking cute, but so is Hina. Oh, and I
Oh yeah, that's a defensible clip. Especially in stark comparison to all these mean and evil things these trolls are saying to rile him up.
Good luck with
So
that.
I'm gonna read this. It's a little small, but it says, "We smoking on your brother too. I'm Namek. Gonna use Dragon Balls to resurrect your half brother. That niggas need that shit." Oh shit! I said the word. Fuck.
And putting that on
Now,
the
obviously,
checklist
some
of
the things
cringe.
these people are saying are kind of fucked up, but announcing this lawsuit only made things worse. And I think Chibi was fine with it all because it only fed his persecution complex. This is Mr. Free Speech we're talking about here. I have no sympathy for him in this situation, especially since many of the claims he made bear no proof. One of the most infamous was when he said his haters hacked into his DeviantArt account, spamming CP onto it. But in the screenshots he himself posted, it shows that there's zero posts on the account at all. He did later show this random post as evidence, but it mentions nothing about CP, and was obviously made by a troll to rile him up. He did also mention filing a police report.
Right now I'm drawing a ref for Art Fight. And later I'm probably going to be working on Robin's commission since... Oh. They're currently in the chat, I think. I am very finicky when it comes to line art.
Report citing such life-threatening posts as, "Bitch, I'm gonna fucking shove my aborted fetus up your ass if you keep this rage bait shit up, ho." Groundbreaking stuff. This sounds like a slam dunk case, even though Chibi is retarded and couldn't even pronounce the word plaintiff correctly.
I have been told that I could get hopefully I pronounce it right, a plaintiff lawyer. Forgive me if I say it wrong, but apparently there is a lawyer I can get.
Dude, I can say plaintiff.
basically will only ask for funds if I win, and I'm very certain I'm going to win. I have no doubt in my mind, like, at all. Like, I am 100% certain I'm going to win this case. There's just too much evidence I have right now.
He was so confident that he set up a Give Send Go fundraiser in February 2025. He intended to use it for his defamation case, though he doesn't cite anyone specifically. He just throws up a collage of people being mean to him on Twitter.
Let's give evidence to the defamation campaign. This right here is, just a little bit of post of the day I got suspended last week for Twitter.
Gets criticized once,
definitely related
fucking
to the
dies.
situation with the defamation and doxing and all that, because of just the legal damage and just the damage it's done to me as a person, my brand, my family. It's just done a lot. And even if all these individuals, you know, don't really know what they're doing, it showcases the overwhelming amount of people that genuinely believe that I'm basically the spawn of Hitler, or Hitler himself, or a pedophile.
Ah yes, we got Gogeta saying throw bricks at pedophiles, some soldiers reading a Hitler dead newspaper, and someone who made a joke about his dead brother.
You literally see him say, owner of Chibi Reviews, we smoking on Eddie. That's my brother's name. That's my brother.
Why the fuck would you read this out loud unless you have some sort of humiliation fetish? In fact, why even sue these people at all? These are randos on Twitter with barely any likes on their tweets. What money are you gonna get from them? Do you really think Namek on Twitter is gonna pay out that dough? And how would Chibi prove damages? He did show a sponsor not wanting to work with him because of the controversy, but it was more than likely because he posts softcore porn to Twitter. Even BetterHelp has standards. Chibi clearly didn't have anything figured out. He just decided to impulsively sue everyone. He didn't even console a lawyer yet. He was just told by Legal Mindset that this was a great idea. Probably because that guy is a soulless grifter who will suck up to anyone for clout. He even deleted this tweet where he promotes the Give Send Go. Chibi ended up spending thousands just on these consultations, and none of these lawyers he saw wanted to take the case. This just sounded like a scam.
Oh, that's a shock.
And those who thought this were vindicated. Once Chibi revealed what he actually did with the 17k he raised, he jerked off so much that his ballsack started crumbling apart, giving him a twisted testicular appendix. He spent the remainder of the money he raised on the surgery, deciding to record some of it for his humiliation fetish.
I told my fiance to record me leaving the hospital. Like, they're gonna roll me out in a wheelchair. From my
Just say you needed
me,
surgery.
I'm most likely gonna be rolled out in a
They
wheelchair.
probably pay for it.
Anesthesia. I'm probably gonna be like drooling on myself basically because of everything.
You have to
I told my fiance to record, like how I
make
look and all that. So depending on how the footage
huge stink
looks of
about
my fiance records
suing a
me
bunch of
after
Twitter
post-operation,
users.
I will upload it probably on Saturday or Sunday, and you're probably wondering why. Well, I might as well make the most of it. I mean, I'm already basically spending an arm and a leg just to be able to get this surgery just for something so stupid.
Look at this guy. He looks like Zeke from Total Drama, with a Freddie Mercury mustache. Why did his fiancée have to sit him
Okay,
in the
now
back
that's
of
an
a car
insult
like
to Freddie
this?
Mercury.
She might as well have given him a booster seat and a tablet he can cough on. I bet Legal Mindset got them tickets to Thailand so he can get back alley surgery and end up a hermaphrodite. It wouldn't be until September that Chibi admitted to using the money for his surgery, even keeping the fundraiser up for many more months until quietly deleting it. So yeah, this was a scam. During all of this, one of Chibi's ex-partners came out with some allegations against him. In November 2024, Samantha May tweeted, "2 years ago today, I was in the worst relationship of my life. I was constantly taken advantage of, neglected, treated horribly." It's pretty vague, though she did mention in the replies that he was very toxic to her and unfaithful. I honestly wouldn't have even mentioned this in my video cause there really isn't a lot to go off of here. No evidence, just a couple of tweets. But months later, right as he began the fundraiser, Chibi made a 30-minute response video. And instead of clearing things up, he only made the situation even worse. You know how an obvious sign of someone lying is when they over-embellish a story? They'll add unnecessary detail to make it seem like they're telling the truth. This is the best way to sum up this video. He does pull up some of their text messages and tries to add context, but his explanations are laughably bad. When it comes to the claims of physical abuse, he shows messages where she says he hit her with a shovel. He explains that he didn't hit her, and she instead sat on the shovel.
Firstly, it fell on you because when you sat down, to give context, I want to do it.
I did not push her down the stairs.
And there was plastic chairs. We were raking leaves and digging a hole or whatever. For
Do not ask why she has bruises all over her face.
She sat down, and when she sat down, it caused the rake or shovel to shift, and then it...
Throwing a phone at her did not cause
just literally it
damage
and hit her head. Obviously, I did what you're supposed to do. I comforted her. I was like, "Are you okay? Do I need to take you to the doctor? Do you have a concussion? All that type of stuff."
Yeah, you keep talking, dude.
She blamed me, saying, "Obviously, I hit her in the head with it."
This sounds like something right out of a cartoon. Next, you're gonna tell me that Chibi painted the wall to look like a landscape and she ran through it. You think this is something? You think this is bad? This chicanery? He's done worse. That shovel. Are you telling me that a woman happens to sit on it? No, he orchestrated it. Chibi. She also explains that stuff like this happened a lot, and he asserts that she's clumsy. But the example he brings up is their dog stepping on her face, which has nothing to do with her being clumsy. Where in these messages does she even mention a dog?
You wobbled it and it smacked my eye like always. Now what she means by always, I don't know how it happened, but most of the time she was clumsy, and sometimes my dog would walk in the bed, and sometimes, you know, she would accidentally step on her face. It happens. She's a small dog, my little Shiba, Casca, but it happened, and I would get blamed for it, basically. That's what she's trying to say. But, yeah, to give full disclosure, I'm not trying to hide anything, that's basically what happened.
But what even started this in the first place? Well, apparently they had some big blowout argument, not over anything important. They were verbally duking it out over astrophysics or some bullshit.
This goes to show just
hey, author Mickey.
Toxic the relationship was.
Mickey.
The reason why galaxies are randomly being brought up here is that prior to this, like a few days later, or earlier, before all this went down, she was arguing with me about galaxies and how, like, one of the main galaxies are galaxies going around a supermassive black hole, basically. And she was saying, nah, that's not real, that's not true, or whatever, and I showed her articles, she didn't want to believe it. It was something along the lines of that, and then she argued with me and then ghosted me, basically, for days, and then it led to this situation right here. Once again, you can see how toxic the relationship got.
And this is how he begins to paint her as the abusive one. But the only other thing he has on her is an incident, in which she grabbed his neck in the car after getting angry with him.
So she was running because of stuff like that, and, you know, she, upon her adrenaline, she does physical harm to me.
Upon her adrenaline. Dude, that is such a great quote. He really is just cobbling random words together, hoping his audience doesn't realize how dumb this all sounds.
Obviously, I didn't take a picture of it, because I never expected I would be sharing this with anyone online. But the replies alone basically showcase she just admits that she physically abused me, but downplays it to say she didn't physically abuse me.
Dude, it's explained in those very messages. She did not do it to hurt you. She was demonstrating something her previous partner had done to her because he was being aloof. This I completely believe based on how Chibi conducts himself. He then claims that after they broke up, she got pregnant with his kid. No text evidence for this. It's all coming from his mouth. They did have one phone call about this where she revealed she aborted it without his knowledge.
I'm assuming she was just gauging my expression, seeing what type of person I was. She then tells me I aborted it.
And are you going to be showing medical records of this, or a lawsuit, or...
She literally called me to say she was pregnant, and then when I started asking what to do, she said she aborted it.
Call her evil all you want, Chibi, but I don't blame her for doing this. In fact, she did the whole world a favor, cause in no way should this guy breed and allow his offspring to run amok within society. Though who's to say this is even real? He could easily show his phone record to prove this phone call happened, but he won't. He'll complain about his ex making unsubstantiated claims against him, but he's doing the same thing right now. I'm not exactly siding with her either, but Chibi's conduct makes me really suspicious of him. I can't say he's guilty, but I won't blame someone for thinking in that direction. He even ends the video grandstanding about all the
sounds like someone's
from his fans
weird
and brings up his relationship
nuclear
with his
revenge
fiancé.
Reddit story.
Thankfully, I have a very
Gonna be blunt.
fiancé that loves me a lot. Without her, I don't think I would be able to handle everything that continuously happens. I'm gonna be blunt. But I can, thanks to her.
Despite mentioning over and over again how his family is getting harassed, weaponizing that claim against his critics, Chibi can't help but show off his fiancée any chance he gets, making unfunny Twitter posts about their weird fetishes, oversharing to a ludicrous extent. In February of this year, one of these posts caused doubt, with one person asserting that he faked the relationship, so he doesn't seem like a pathetic loser. In response, he shows off her engagement ring, which totally isn't something an insecure guy does in response to a random Twitter comment. But this post aged incredibly poorly not even a week later, as one night he cryptically posted, "I wanna die." His next post was just as confusing. Deleted the post of my hospital armband. To clarify, I am fine and was discharged this morning from the hospital. I had a mental break and I did almost die last night, but I was saved at the last moment. Honestly, don't want to elaborate too much further on it, if I can help it. He then posted one of the craziest tweets of the year, which reads, "Just lost my fiancé, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24 hours. I have never been more alone than right now." And then he uploaded a video titled, "I lost everything," which really is the cherry on top. It's the epitome of, "I'm a sad, lonely fat. Here's some embarrassing information about me. Please don't bully me with it."
Maybe I'm oversharing. This will be used against me to mock me or whatever.
Ding 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 ding. Wow, mate, you know us really well. So what happened here is that Chibi's fiancé was cheating on him the whole time with his best friend, who we'll just refer to as the Bull. It's very emotional for him, as he spends much of this video crying, with lengthy intermissions of dead air as he sobs.
Here, I don't have a
Discover.
triangle on me. Ding, 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 ding.
I discovered my
Yeah, it doesn't work.
fiancé cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years. I confronted her about this, and she apologized, and I, being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend, so much betrayal.
Now, I'm out here thinking, did he know about this the whole time and didn't say anything? Cause Chibi is the type of guy who would enjoy being cucked. This guy has gone on Twitter multiple times talking about how he enjoys NTR, which I've come to learn is a type of hentai that involves cuckoldry. Though conflictingly, he said that he doesn't enjoy it, and previously denied being a cuck. I just don't believe he didn't know, as his fiancée was sending nudes to her bull, along with random men on Discord.
He was sending her nudes, and just the
Chibi emphasizes the emotional damage this has had on his life, as he viewed this best friend as like a brother. Makes sense, as his real brother is buried in a cemetery somewhere.
We smoking on Eddie.
What really hurts, best friend of 10 years, he knew everything. He knew my life story.
He also knew every inch of your fiancé. Rob, why are you being so cruel to Chibi? What did he ever do to you? Nothing yet. This guy is just an overconfident scumbag, and seeing him like this is really funny to me. He was apparently such a douche that his own friend group sided against him in this drama, choosing the Bull over him because he sucked at playing League of Legends.
They admit to me.
Oh god, he's a League of Legends player.
What my used to be best friend did.
No
They
wonder
prefer
he's a
gaming
jackass.
with him, and I thought these guys were my friends. I did. And they more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so, more or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend that I basically called a brother.
Imagine how terrible of a person you have to be for all your friends to pick the cheaters over you. All of this was a breaking point for Chibi, who decided it was time to end it all. He began by storming out of the house and heading to the liquor store, buying a pack of beers.
I went to the liquor store. I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol, the last alcohol that I drank with my brother.
He claims he wanted to drink himself to death, but I doubt he drank more than 2 beers before giving up. This guy is way too egotistical to kill himself.
And I drank. And drank. Just sitting there drinking. And I was inches from death.
Rob, he's drinking himself to death, and you're laughing. You're laughing. He's pulling a King Cobra JFS because of what you did. This guy is too incompetent to actually pull something like this off. It's like expecting Boogie to end his own life. He'll never do it. He's got anti-CSAM laws to stop. Have you guys ever seen The Room by Tommy Wiseau?
How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Go. Keep
Oh, hey.
pushing. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
I don't know why, but Chibi's life has so many similarities to the main character, Johnny. It's about a weird oddball who somehow has friends and a loving fiance, but things are crumbling apart behind the scenes. He's accused of abuse, and his reaction to it only makes the situation worse.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hey, Johnny, what's up?
The whole time, his fiance is cheating on him with his best friend, which he's somewhat aware about.
If you keep your girl satisfied, she will come to me.
Get out my house. I kill you. I'll bring him in full body.
Stop it!
I kill you, you bastard.
You could kill me if you tried.
You betrayed me. You're not good. You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
His response is to get really drunk and act out, ending with him taking his own life.
Everybody betrayed me. I don't have a friend in the world. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why? It's over. God, forgive me.
But Chibi never fully went down that path, as he was saved by none other than Nicholas Light and Tectone. They called a wellness check on him, and a police officer managed to send him to a mental hospital.
So, I'm getting messaged. Somehow, Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me. It's fine. And then Tectone, apparently, he gives me a call as well, and they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't. Thank you. I do. Just. Oh.
Nicholas Light is another degenerate anime YouTuber who had his secret OnlyFans leaked. Ironic, since he's spoken out against women who do it. Gooners together strong, I suppose. Though I bet Tectone had his back, as Chibi has been one of the few creators to defend his rape abundance. He ended up deleting some of these tweets when Mizkif called him out, though some are still up where he cum guzzles the guy. I'd assume unconsensually, as that's how Tectone likes it. I'm sure he only helped this guy out because he doesn't want one of his few remaining friends to drink himself to death. Who else does he have? Nuxtaku? Think Before You Sleep? Legal Mindset? It's like assembling Hitler's top guys. Speaking of which, Chibi would soy out about the hate he was getting, reposting a drawing someone made of him being insulted by Adolf. He could have simply ignored all of this, but he has to read and respond to every single hate comment.
I am still here, and I have read everybody's comments. I have seen what you have said. And I
people
plan
these
to
days
respond
don't
to
know
as
the
many as
fundamental
I
rule
possibly
of
can
don't
in
feed
the
the
upcoming
trolls.
days.
He soon made this long-ass post, which garnered him even less sympathy. He shows his support for ICE and ends it with that, I bid farewell for tonight, which is the most Redditor shit I've ever seen.
So, with that, though, thank you guys. You have a very blessed day, and, thank you. Yeah.
In his update video, Chibi claimed he wanted to go on a brief hiatus in order to emotionally recover, but it didn't take him long to start posting to Twitter again. A lot of it was him LARPing as a changed man, posting pictures of himself at the gym. Was successful. Feel exhausted after the 2-hour
Did he
workout.
also
Definitely
post
out of shape and
Bible
needs to get
verses
better
or
at it,
some shit?
Yet not a single drop of sweat, despite using the stepping machine. What was he doing? 1 step every 2 minutes? Every step represents the amount of thrusts his bull did to his fiancée? Nobody who's actually getting a good workout does it for 2 hours. If you're by yourself, you should only need to work out for like 45 minutes tops. Though maybe Chibi spends half his workout posting to Twitter, seething at anyone who calls him a pedophile. Starting in late March, Chibi would begin beefing with Schlep, a YouTuber known for his predator-catching content. He made a post rightfully pointing out the link between lolly and pedophilia, which quickly pissed Chibi off. He downplays lolly as simply fictional content.
Oh yeah,
Claiming
that'll
which
make you
content
look
against it will distract from,
really
quote-unquote,
good.
actual criminals hurting people, though this tactic doesn't work on Schlepp, as he actually gets these people arrested. So instead, he speculates that Schlepp might be a predator himself, something he has no evidence for besides vibes.
And in fact, most of the time when people are this adamant about lolly content that are basically saying it is the equivalent of actual real people, most of the time from what I have seen, they turn out to be some form of, like, a problem or a criminal themselves, or they have skeletons in the closet. Something is going on there.
I mean, not only is this hypocritical, it's just retarded. You see this a lot with lolicons. They like labeling their critics as antis, and claim they're the real pedos for pointing out the obvious. It's just projection because these guys are insecure little freaks. Even Rape Tone, who has his own lolly-related controversies, couldn't defend Chibi here, causing him to vague post on main about how the guy is a traitor. This whole drama led to Chibi posting this meme trying to poke fun at the antis, leading to this now infamous tweet from Kiwi Farms user TaxedBrass. It's just a drawing. Compelling argument. I'm digging up your brother and turning him into a chair. This was the tweet, the one that really broke Chibi. He soon posted, "If you see that post, please report it. The police in the area are investigating and on watch right now. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, then leave it at
couldn't
that."
tell it was AI.
Yeah, he called the police over an obviously AI-generated image made by a troll. Remember when he complained about police resources being wasted to go after lolicons? Well,
I think he
here's
know
the
what
plot
the
point
grave
that'll
looks
lie.
like.
If you don't know, this bit comes from Big Bungie's Chibi video, used to poke fun at his ludicrous argumentations.
Chibi reviews, you are an ugly, dysgenic pedophile. And he says, it's just drawings. Hey, it's fictional. It's not real. Well, okay. I'm gonna go dig up your brother's corpse. We're gonna turn him into a chair.
And this is TaxedBrass taking the joke to the next level, using an already public photo of his brother's grave and making memes out of it. You can say it's kind of fucked up, but I can't help but enjoy how absurd and hilarious this all is. It's not even the joke itself, it's getting this supposed free speech absolutist to squirm, showing his inconsistencies. All fictional content is okay to him, unless it hurts his feelings.
Let me turn you into a human chair. Let me just, cut you up and put you into a chair. I mean, you'd be fine with that, wouldn't you? I mean, come on. It's not bad. I mean, you just die and you turn into a chair.
He immediately got his fanbase to mass report the tweet, claiming his brother's grave was doxed, despite how public it all was thanks to Chibi himself. In spite of this, the tweet by Brass still remains up, replying, "Report it all you want, Chibi. It won't unchair your brother." Instead of ignoring this, Chibi capitalized off the situation, even posting a now deleted YouTube video titled, "My brother's grave was just doxed and millions saw it. Great way to make sure people don't find the dox."
There's no point in me even censoring this picture.
Barbara Streisand.
Millions of people have seen it. My big content creators that already hate me are already spreading this around either through retweets, quote retweets, or just tweets in general mocking me and my deceased brother. It is absolutely horrific and ghoulish just how people are. How far they will go to try to drag someone down. Because you want to know what they really want from me? These people want me to die. That's what
They want
to drive
attention,
me to the
Chibi,
brink of insanity
which you are
to be-
clearly giving
that's
them.
what they want.
Chibi, everyone knows you're not going to end it all, man. You apparently tried before and it failed. And that was before the internet even knew your girl was getting plowed by her bull.
And if it's not that, which that is definitely what they want to just run me off the internet. Either A, by canceling my YouTube channel, like completely shutting it down, shutting down my social medias, completely just being completely done with it. Basically, their objective is to run me off the internet, completely silence me, get me to stop talking.
Listen, dog, I don't want you deplatformed for any of this shit. That cuck video alone is enough for people to want you to continue. This guy is like a cautionary tale on how not to be a YouTuber.
This intense, hatred and slander against me, people throwing random buzzwords against me for 2 years at this point now, is because I started defending fictional content, because I'm anti-censorship, because I think restricting artistic expression within artwork, literature, and just being able to have it in video games as well, I think it's wrong to try to restrict that.
Chibi, how are you gonna be saying all that? You're restricting TaxedBrass's artistic expression, having his tweet mass flagged. This
Well,
man
he
made some
was
beautiful
ultimately
art, and if you don't like
called
it,
the
he'll call
next
you a pedophile.
Caffles by
I think you
Rob,
get the
so
point now. You can't be Mr. Free
Maybe.
Speech and want all these posts making fun of you taken down. Though despite people telling him this, his behavior worsened. He began beefing with the gossip forum Kiwi Farms and its owner Joshua Moon. This started because of a post
goody,
on
this ought to be
site's
good.
Soyjack party, where someone joked about putting pictures of Soyjacks in Chibi's mailbox. Instead of pinning the blame on this website, he pins it on Kiwi Farms for simply reposting it, and adding on a couple of jokes about sending black guys to his house to have sex with him. He claims this- Sorry, this is fucking stupid. He claims this is a full-blown assassination attempt, and that the farmers are the main guys responsible for the harassment campaign against him. I'm sure he'll get some flack for this, mainly from the left-leaning people in my audience, but I am going to defend Kiwi Farms here. While I don't like them posting people's personally identifiable information, the site does have rules. They very blatantly discourage targeted harassment, as it's just really a gossip forum where randos talk shit. Yes, they say mean things, but a lot of the big claims against them have been fabricated over the years. If you have extra time, I highly recommend watching this video by Tactical Consumption, which goes over a lot of this. The only evidence Chibi actually
I
has
personally
against the
disagree,
farms is
but
this post, which was quickly deleted by moderators
disagree
for
with
breaking
the
their rules.
playing
The
of
only
things.
reason he got the screenshots is because he reads his own thread 24/7. He's staying up at night, waiting to see what Dickbutt427 says about him. If you don't know what he's doing here, Chibi is pulling a Keffels. He wants to distract people from his multiple different scandals, so he's trying to divert attention to Kiwi Farms in order to garner sympathy. Though, while Keffels portray the farmers as a bunch of right-wing chuds, Chibi's fans are under the impression that it's being run by deranged leftists. The harassment that he is getting is coming from other corners of the internet that he's
what?
too scared to mention. Call me crazy, but I don't think
I don't know. Leftist seems like a very weird thing to label Kiwi Farms. I mean, I'm not a fan of them either, but I don't think I'd call them left as or right as much as I call them apolitical. I mean, gossipers tend to come from every side, so I don't know, maybe it's just me. Either way, that take from Chibi is weird.
people on Kiwi Farms are actually going to send a bunch of black guys to his house. The only thing that got sent to his house is a letter in the mail, which he asserts is one big death threat. However, the only thing even remotely close to that is threatening to get him banned off YouTube and Twitter. Maybe to someone as egotistical as Chibi, that means the same thing.
They were going to take my YouTube from me, they were going to take basically my Twitter from me, and then in between the lines, if you look at it, it's a very veiled threat that they also potentially want to take my life.
Instead of ignoring this, he chose to post this person's address to get a dunk on them. Typically, I wouldn't care about him revealing this person's identity, as they willingly gave this information to him for malicious reasons. But the problem is that this name and address don't belong to a troll. They belong to someone else entirely, knowing Chibi would leak it. I'm not going to say whose info it is, but there's some degenerate pedophile VTuber, one that Chibi would probably defend if he knew who they were. He should have looked into this, but because he didn't, he essentially became a weapon for these trolls and could potentially dox and harm more people. He's like a nuclear warhead being piloted by a chimpanzee on bath salts. But the more of a victim he came across, the more he'll try to justify.
That's why you don't
extremely
see
vile
trolls.
behavior. It doesn't matter to Chibi if he's
like,
lying about this stuff.
seriously.
All he wants is for things to escalate.
Shit like that
That's why
happens.
I think he's been lying about being swatted. This photo he posted was most likely from a wellness check called on him, since he loves threatening self-harm. Why would he lie about this? So he can justify similar actions against his critics. Important advice. Don't throw stones at people wanting you dead. Nah, if they're gonna low blow you, you return it back 120% given the chance. Having rigid pacifism only crumbles into bloodstains on the dirt. The only victory you achieve is being a coward while suffering alone. Not only is Chibi engaged in doxing, but also mass flagging and targeted harassment. Unlike many of the claims Chibi has made himself, there actually is evidence for this, though it's hard to find for reasons that will become very apparent soon. For some reason, multiple videos covering Chibi's antics have been removed or obscured due to violating community guidelines. The YouTuber Shamu, who had been covering Chibi on various live streams, would have a Twitter video mask flagged only 20 minutes after it went up. He correctly assumes this was due to Chibi, as the guy had blocked him shortly thereafter.
The edit that I played before all these Chibi segments, it got hit so quick. Like within 20 minutes I was blocked by Chibi and it was labeled adult content, even though it's just clips from Chibi's own YouTube channel. I mean, it got flagged into oblivion.
And all the video really is an edit of Chibi saying embarrassing shits with GTA music in the background. But apparently that's too mature for Twitter. Not the softcore porn Chibi posts to it every day. Chud Logic also had a video taken down that discussed Chibi's Mimi Yangaji defense, though the original video he was reacting to is still up on YouTube.
Now, here's the thing. I don't know whether this was AI moderation. I don't know whether it was a normal report. I don't know whether I got mass reported by Chibi, and apparently that was going on with Chibi reviews. I've got no clue why it is that this video got reported. I also don't understand why the video got taken down, or what it was about my video that was a reason for them to take it down.
Diesel Patches would have multiple of his videos mask flagged as well, with them being hit for child safety violations. This was after Chibi made a tweet slandering Diesel for being a pedo, additionally uploading a video which echoed the same talking point.
Coincidentally, ever since Chibi alluded to me liking little anime girls, I've since had 2 random videos of mine get mask flagged and removed from YouTube for child safety. One video about Pokimane, and another video where I criticize EDP. I don't know for sure who flagged these videos, or if it has something to do with Chibi, but regardless, I'm not going to take that risk.
Now Diesel did get in contact with Chibi, to which he showed his flagging history. There apparently weren't any videos there, but Diesel believes the videos are being targeted by Chibi's fans. He is 100% correct in believing that, as the group chat was recently leaked, which shows his fans organizing mass flagging campaigns. It's strangely called
Oh wow, what a
the
shock.
Valley Guild, and it only got leaked because of a guy named Von Dragon. He's one of Chibi's pedo friends who got exposed for sending porn to minors, and he quickly gave up the chat's existence. In here, Chibi's legion of gooners conspire to take down posts and videos making fun of him. One user brags about getting a Twitter account banned, to which Chibi replied, "Good shit for getting him." Another account is taken down, and they all celebrate. Chibi's harassers is shot down. Well, he's gonna be dropping the soap soon. I hope his booty hole hot safety. These guys also talk about deplatforming other YouTubers, including one with a video that only had 1,000 views on it. During the schlep drama, users were even given instructions on how to mass report tweets, sending links to specific posts he wanted down. So with all that in mind, how is Chibi any better than he claims Kiwi Farms is? He's doxing people, he's organizing his fans to take stuff down. Chibi just sounds like the new Keffals. He's calling the site out for all this heinous shit, while doing worse, while justifying it through lies and deceptions. Don't even be surprised if this video gets hit, as even posts showing these group chat messages are getting taken down. How this is even happening is beyond me, especially since it's over
Rob better watch out.
speech. Again, this is the free speech guy. The guy who made a whole video complaining about getting mass flagged on Twitter.
What a time, man. I guess it was all those doxers and all those reports I gotten over the past few months that probably finally did me in. I would assume this is probably a false flag situation. I mean, I've been getting a lot of reports against my account, definitely. There's no way I haven't, especially since what happened, you know, back in October with Dawn to Dawn and stuff.
The guy who recently called out the quartering for his mass flagging escapades. While I was writing this video, Chibi and his fans were going after Internet Anarchist's video on him, spamming its
For
comment
fuck's
section
sake.
and dislike button.
Really?
Now, to be fair, there were 2 tweets briefly shown in the video that are confirmed to be fake, and it was justifiably called out. But these people were going above and beyond to attack Internet Anarchist. One of Chibi's top defenders showed a fake tweet to paint the guy as a pedo.
For fuck's sake, he's a plagiarizing slop tuber. Why do you care about his video? Stop giving him attention! Jesus fucking Christ.
himself. to which Chibi reposted it. He's trying to fight fire with fire, but while internet anarchists made a simple mistake and cut that part out, Chibi is doing this maliciously. He only backed down when his hypocrisy was called out, but he spent the next day raging out on Twitter. Yet still, he was fine with his fans mass reporting the video. Chibi even threatened to sue the guy, claiming he's spreading misinfo from kiwi farms. Again, this is another Keffel's tactic. At the end of the day, I don't think this is gonna inconvenience internet anarchist. He's a soulless slop tuber known to plagiarize videos. He only cares about the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I bet he'll use to buy Thai prostitutes of legal mindset. Half of Chibi's problems would be solved if he just deleted Twitter, but he can't help it. He's even going into Schlepp's DMs to get him to back down, which stemmed from the guy making a bone chair meme. This image will haunt him forever, and I find that so amusing. It's just stuck in the back of his mind, like everything else being said about him online. Who wants to bet that Chibi has Google Alerts sending him notifications whenever someone makes a cuck joke about him? That by itself is just fun to laugh at. But the part that turns him from your standard lolcow to an active threat to other creators is the doxing and mass flagging. Yes, some of the things people are doing to Chibi are kinda fucked up, but he wants it that way. He wants to be the victim. It allows him to go after anyone he wants, including those unrelated to the harassment. But that's not the only reason he does this. He does it for money. You see him constantly bragging about the revenue he gets from Twitter, yet that's not all. Stuff like this allows him to make more pity me videos and scummy fundraisers. Yes, he's made another one, but this time it's not for a legal fund. Instead, he needs it to move out of his house, the one that he publicly linked to under all of his YouTube videos.
Now, I'm not asking you guys to donate. If you don't want to donate, you do not have to. But I will have a link in the description for a Gifts and Go, where you could donate as much as you want. Now, you don't have to donate, do not feel obligated, but what that donation...
Oh, I'm not going to be donating.
It's basically to go to paying bills, to move, be able
mainly
to
because I'm a broke ass bitch,
like
but
just
also
to be
me hating Chibi
that's legitimately
is also a reason.
This is coded language for, I'm gonna spend the money on chicken nuggets and Gunnar anime figurines. If you give money to this guy, you are a fucking retard. This money will be wasted. Chibi is scamming you. He thinks you're a gullible loser, and he's right. This guy has weaponized his victimhood for maximum revenue. And I know he's only raised 10 grand so far, but that's 10 grand too many. You'd be better just putting all your money into Save the Kids token. At least the ad for that was well directed. Chibi just films these walking around the Aokigahara forest.
I think there's someone hanging right there.
And Chibi, I know you're watching this.
Yeah,
I know
look
you're
at
seething
Paul
and
jump
crying
scare.
about all the mean shit I'm saying. I know you're gonna go to your Hugbox group chats, begging them to brigade my comments section and file false reports. None of that changes the fact that you're a dysgenic cuckold pedophile who got abandoned by all your friends. I doubt even his parents love him. They probably just pity him like a kid with drug problems. But instead of getting high off meth, Chibi gets euphoria off looking at cartoon children getting raped. And none of what I'm saying is slander, Chibi. Threaten to sue me all you want. Make your gay-ass fundraisers. $10,000 won't do jack shit legally. You would have better luck finding me at VidCon and beating me up. But nothing you can do can unshare your brother.
Thing. Oh yeah, that was Rob's Media's video on Chibi reviews. And I think that is not even the last will be of the bullshit I'll be pulling. Oh. Since we're on the topic of Chibi reviews, actually, I don't know how much of this I'm gonna... Actually, I don't think I'm online enough to actually care about the anime versus Chibi reviews scandal. In that case, I guess I'll just watch Crispy document the death of Destiny 2 since I don't really know anything about Destiny 2. But if anyone actually needs a TLDR, yeah, apparently, Chibi Reviews started beef with Dene over not safe for work fan art, and somehow this evolved into that one time Dene got railed on stream. And yeah, it's a fucking shit show, and I do not really wanna. I do not think I'm online enough to actually care about that topic anymore, so. So, yeah, I will be doing a reaction to the whole Destiny 2 drama instead. Oh, hi, Riddle. Yeah, I never really played Destiny 2 myself. And I just never saw the appeal. Actually, I was gonna watch Crispy Tavern's coverage of the whole scandal, but yeah, I think I'll probably watch that sketch afterwards because the whole E-Man parody was just funny as shit. Give me a second. There we go.
Okay, we need a bit of a...
Oops, forgot to turn desktop audio on. Okay, there we go.
We're ready for a long ride. Want to go on a side quest?
Okay, we need a bit of a flashback. The year is 2014, I'm the ripe old age of 12, and my parents have just bought me my first ever first-person shooter, a video game by the title of Destiny. I instantly became hooked, and once I found the channel Sir Wallen, a YouTube channel that covered the story and universe of the game, I also became obsessed with the lore. The story follows the Guardians, the defenders of the last city of humanity. They need to protect this place against the alien forces of the darkness in a post-apocalyptic world. The universe was vast, mysterious, and interesting, and the gameplay was incredibly addicting, with so much incredible loot to chase and activities to play in. The experience was incredible, and over the next 3 years of my life, I dedicated 1,000+ hours.
Yeah, that
into
just
Destiny
sounds
1.
generic, honestly,
So
but
it made sense that I was quite excited
each
for
of their own.
Destiny 2. In fact, I remember exactly where I was when the game was announced. Though I wasn't participating like a good little girly. Instead, I ran away to the auditorium to hide behind the curtain so that I could watch the reveal of Destiny 2 in peace. And God, what a reveal it was. I was excited as hell for this game, and unbeknownst to me, over the next
12 years of my life, I would dedicate thousands of hours to Destiny 2. But it seems that that time is going to be coming to an end soon because Bungie, the developers of Destiny, just announced that the game would be going into maintenance mode. This essentially means that there would be no more updates for Destiny. Maybe some quality of life or bug fixes here and there, but in terms of any major content updates, yeah, those are ending for the foreseeable future. The game is not shutting down, but for a live service like Destiny, this effectively equates to a death of the game. And when this announcement was made, I was
to be fair,
caught off guard.
to be fair for TF2, that game was outlived quite literally all of its competitors. So let them go in maintenance mode in peace. The memes were fun, but alas, all good things must come to an end. At least the comic finally concluded.
In fact, in a previous video, I said that the shutdown of Destiny's development was unexpected and unforeseen. And, okay. In hindsight, I really regret saying that because looking back on the history of Destiny 2, this might be one of the most foreshadowed plot twists in gaming history. Destiny has a long history of controversies, drama, and mistakes. And today, we are going to be talking about every single one. We're going back through 12 years of Destiny 2 to discuss every single drama the game has ever been embroiled in. With an asterisk. There's an asterisk there. We'll get into it. But without further ado, it's time to look back on the game that shaped my childhood and in all honesty, probably shaped my life. Alright guys. What the hell happened?
To that end, on June 9th, we will release the final live service content update for what?
I don't know. Again, there was like a small part of me that thought like this, yeah, they're just gonna like wrap it up.
So I want to say clearly and directly to you, my fellow guardians. You have changed my life.
Okay, so, that asterisk. We're not going into community dramas. We're just focusing on the mistakes made by Destiny 2's development. So if you wanted to hear me talk about the shutdown of Planet Destiny, if you wanted to hear me talk about every single time the community collectively lost their minds over whatever Salt to Grepo said on Twitter that week, sorry, but you're out of luck. And frankly, you're welcome. Also, we're not going into little dramas. I'm only talking about the stuff that I think contributed to the end of Destiny. So if you wanted to hear me talk about, like, the synthweave drama, or the Hunter Celestial Nighthawk dramas, plural, sorry, no, we're not going into that either. Only stuff that I think contributed to the end of the game's development. Okay, with those clarifications said, let's rewind the timeline back to 2017, the launch of Destiny 2. I and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of other Destiny players were incredibly excited for this launch, but there were definitely some red flags, especially by the time of the open access beta. Bungie had made some very interesting decisions when it came to Destiny's future. Okay, so Destiny 1 worked for a lot of reasons, despite all the mistakes during that game's launch. It worked because the fundamentals of the game were strong. Abilities were customizable, powerful, and interesting. The weapons were fun to use, and the gunplay was solid, with varied loadouts, and with plenty of loot to chase. Every gun had random rolls, meaning that each version of a gun you got would be unique and different, and that incentivized you to grind the same weapon over and over again to get the god roll version of it, the best possible version of the weapon. Okay, so those are the fundamentals. Bungie decides to take all those fundamentals and throw most of them in the trash. Destiny 2 would launch with greatly simplified subclasses. Instead of customizable abilities, now you'd have just 2 options. That's it, 2 options, greatly simplifying build crafting. Weapons were also simplified. Instead of the loadout system from Destiny 1, we now had a double primary loadout system. That essentially means that we were restricted to just our basic primary weapons for the majority of gameplay. This means that gunplay was way slower, and it made fighting enemies a lot more sluggish. It was especially bad on PvP, where time to kill went up greatly. Abilities in general were also weakened, so now in PvP and against the enemies of the darkness in PvE, we just weren't doing as much cool stuff. On top of all that, the most mind-boggling change is that the loot system in Destiny 1 with the random weapon rolls and armor rolls, yeah, that was scrapped entirely too. Now every weapon would have one static roll, one version. Once you get a weapon, that's it. You've got the weapon. There's no reason to get any new versions of it. This means there was a lot less loot to chase and a lot less incentive for players to keep on playing the game.
With Destiny 2 simplifying and streamlining the game even more, I feel like a lot of people have realized the issues of the endgame compared to Destiny 1.
Yeah, so I heard.
On top of all that, microtransactions became a much bigger focus of Destiny 2.
Oh, wow, who's shocked?
Destiny 1 post-Taken King, but in Destiny 2, they were egregious, especially for those of us that liked Destiny fashion like me. Shaders, for example, in Destiny 1, shaders were how you customized the color scheme of your armor, but in Destiny 2, shaders became consumable. This means that once you apply a shader to a piece of armor, it's gone. You can't use it again. This was awful. It was so bad. And for some shaders, that means you had to buy it again from the premium currency Eververse store. All these changes resulted in an extremely rough launch for Destiny 2. The game was met with very middling reviews. It didn't help that content-wise, Destiny 2 just wasn't anything special. Bungie devoted tens of millions more dollars to the sequel, but didn't have much to show for it. The campaign started off really strong, do not get me wrong. The opening mission of the Red War was incredible, but the rest of the campaign, for the most part, did not really live up to all that potential. Don't get me wrong, there were definitely some highlights, but gameplay-wise, the campaign wasn't anything that special. Overall, Destiny 2's launch took everything that worked in Destiny 1 and threw a ton of it into the garbage. This game was disappointing as all hell, even for dedicated Destiny fans, and unfortunately, the next year of expansion to the game didn't really do much to fix those criticisms, especially the first expansion, Curse of Osiris.
I promised before that this was the most rewarding public event, and there we have it. We have 2 chests.
This is remembered as
He got the
dark
gun
age of Destiny 2.
What
or at
the
least,
fuck?
It used to be remembered as the dark age of Destiny 2 before we got into the current dark age of Destiny 2. Curse of Osiris, in my opinion, actually wasn't as bad as people remember. Hear me out. The expansion, don't get me wrong, was not good. But a big reason why it was not good was because of Destiny 2. Not Curse of Osiris. The lack of customizable abilities, the lackluster loot, all that is from Destiny 2's launch. Curse of Osiris just wasn't doing much to fix those problems. Don't get me wrong, the expansion itself also was not good. The campaign was incredibly generic and forgettable with very boring gameplay, though again, a lot of that is because of Destiny 2's nonsensical decisions regarding weapons and abilities. The new raid endgame activity that was introduced in the expansion was comically boring and easy, and overall there just wasn't much to do for the $20 price tag attached to the expansion. It was a mediocre showing in a game that already had so many fundamental issues. Now, Warmind, the second expansion of the year, definitely moved the dial forward a little bit. The problems of a lackluster story campaign and boring gameplay due to the changes to weapons abilities, those were still there, don't get me wrong, but Warmind had the benefit of introducing actual challenging activities into the game. Spire of Stars, the raid from this expansion, and the new activity Escalation Protocol were incredibly fun to grind, and they had really powerful loot locked behind them, rare drops that players actually wanted to chase. Overall, Warmind moved the game in the right direction, but it didn't really perfect Destiny 2. That was coming in the next expansion. Oh boy, this is one of the good eras. Forsaken took everything wrong with Destiny 2's launch and not only fixed them, but improved them over Destiny 1. Abilities still did not have much customization, but there were a lot of new abilities introduced in this expansion, like new supers and new melees, which means at the very least, there was a lot more variety. That stupid decision to have double primary loadouts was ditched. Now, loadouts were way more customizable. This powered up Guardians immensely and made gunplay a lot more fun and versatile. We also got a new storyline this expansion that ditched the quippy Marvel tone of the Red War and its expansions and replaced it with a much darker story with genuinely heartfelt moments and awesome new characters like the Spider and Drifter. Characters that people still love to this day, nigh on 10 years later. We also got our random roles back. Oh my god, this was arguably the biggest change that Forsaken made and the most welcome one. Now we actually had a reason to go grind for weapons again. The loot chase was back in the looter shooter.
It's pretty safe to say that Forsaken is to Destiny 2 as the Taken King was to the original Destiny. The release of Forsaken and its accompanying changes has finally brought Destiny 2 into a place that players, old and new, as well as hardcore and casual, will be able to easily enjoy.
After Forsaken's launch, Bungie was not slowing down. They announced that they would be doing a new seasonal model for content. Instead of releasing major expansions for $20, we would get smaller seasonal updates throughout the year to keep content more consistent. However, while this year was less consistent in terms of content drops, I think the year benefited from just having really great content, trading out the quantity for the quality. Not only did we have more casual activities like the Forges and Gambit Prime that any player could enjoy, we also had a huge variety of new endgame hardcore activities that were challenging and innovative. This era of Destiny is remembered fondly for a reason, but there was some drama during this year. Two major things. One, power creep discussions.
I am tired of Well of Radiance and auto reload turning the game into easy mode. We are power creeping so hard.
If you don't know what power creep is essentially a phenomenon where developers of live service games need to introduce more and more powerful gear year after year after year in order to incentivize people to chase the new gear. If it's not powerful enough, then people aren't going to want to go get that loot, and therefore the chase becomes meaningless. The problem with escalating power is that it becomes more and more difficult to design encounters for progressively more powerful player characters. The reason why I'm bringing it up now is because, well, this is foreshadowing from one of Bungie's most devastating decisions of the franchise. The other major controversy in the Forsaken era was Activision. Activision is the publisher behind Destiny, or at least they were. They wouldn't be after Forsaken, at least partially because they did not consider Forsaken to be a success. Despite the fact that the expansion sold extremely well, despite the high player count, despite the critical and audience appeal, Forsaken was considered a failure by Activision. They did dedicate a lot of their own studios to helping with development, and they came away from Forsaken not thinking it was worth it. I think that a lot of people look back on the Activision partnership with rose-tinted goggles. There are many Destiny fans that believe that if Bungie had stayed with Activision, that the franchise would have been better off. I actually think the opposite. While Bungie themselves made a lot of mistakes, Activision indicated during their investor calls that they did not believe that Destiny's expansions were a worthwhile investment. What that means for them is they were probably going to downsize the game in a big way, or alternatively, they would turn Destiny into sequel slop like they did with Call of Duty. I don't think staying with Activision would have been for the best for the franchise. But going independent, well, that presented its own problems as well. Let's go into the post-divorce era. Today's episode is sponsored by Cheipeku, because it wouldn't be Crispy's Tavern if I didn't have Cheipeku by my side. I loved Cheipeku long before I approached them to do a sponsorship. Yeah, I approached them because I love their product so much that I begged them to let me feature it on my channel. Cheipeku makes some of the best content for fantasy TTRPGs, from their incredible maps to their gorgeous animated backgrounds to their library of customizable tokens. It's all amazing. But it's not just fantasy under the Cheipeku banner. You can also get incredible sci-fi tokens, maps, and backgrounds all on the same site. Both the fantasy and sci-fi bundles are the best deals in the entire industry. If you guys want to get access to the best deal in the TTRPG industry, then head down to the description down below or the pinned comment. You will find links to both Cheipeku Fantasy and Cheipeku Sci-Fi. Thank you so much, Cheipeku, for sponsoring today's episode. As always, supporting our sponsors does support us. Without further ado, let's get back to the video. Okay, so after that investor call, and for whatever other behind-the-scenes reasons, Bungie stepped away from Activision and entered into independent publishing. The first expansion released during this time was Shadowkeep, a very mediocre expansion that actually marked a pretty decent year for the game. Let's talk about the expansion first. Like I said, it wasn't exactly great. Don't get me wrong, there were some good additions. Armor 2.0 made our armor more customizable, which was good. Eris Morn is one of the best characters in the franchise, and she made her story return in this expansion. And also the new moon destination was pretty cool, with some gorgeous vistas. Besides that, this expansion left a lot to be desired. The story campaign was incredibly lackluster, with a confusing and frankly boring narrative, and a lot of reused enemies that didn't bring anything new to the table. The endgame activities in this expansion were decent. I think Guardian Salvation is a good raid, but other than Guardian, there wasn't much else introduced. Compared to Forsaken and the deluge of new activities in that expansion, yeah, this wasn't offering a lot. Besides all that, there was also an update to the seasonal model. We would now have season passes included with new weapon and armor customizations. This is a cool cosmetic addition, but in terms of gameplay, it didn't do much to enhance the seasons. And this year, the seasons not only struggled with the inconsistent content from the previous year, but they also lacked the awesome endgame content and innovative new activities that we got in the previous year. There were no new raids, there was nothing like Niobe Labs or Zero Hour. There were certainly some cool things, like a big community puzzle called Corridors of Time. But besides that, this year's seasons were fairly bland.
Corridors of Time,
in fact,
you
the
say?
second season of the year, Season of the Worthy, it's remembered as one of the worst in the game's history. It was so bad at the time that Bungie needed to release a bunch of free content in the third season of the year in order to sate the players' appetites.
Summer, you were concerned that we wouldn't have a single season in the D tier category. Season of the Worthy goes there. It's because this was so bad. That's where the meme half-baked came from.
But despite that, overall, the Shadowkeep era is remembered as a very consistent year for Destiny. It just added more Destiny, and at this time, that wasn't an unwelcome addition. I mean, it's not like Shadowkeep removed any content.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
This is going to be one of the longest sections in the video, and it's not even Beyond Light's fault. Beyond Light was a good expansion with a good seasonal year afterwards, and we'll talk about that in a second, but for now, let's talk about all this year's dramas. So, after Shadowkeep, Bungie announced that they would be doing a Light and Darkness saga. They announced the next 3 expansions of the game, Beyond Light, Witch Queen, and Final Shape. This was extremely exciting for players, but alongside this announcement, they announced the DCV, the Destiny Content Vault. What was this? Well, this would be Bungie's way of removing content from the game. And I'm not talking about removing a couple of activities or changing up
that's
some
always
of the
good.
maps. No. I'm talking about completely removing like a third to half of the game's content. Let me give you a list. Faction rallies and vendors, Dead Orbit, Future War Call, New Monarchy were all deprecated. 2 Gambit maps were removed. Locations The Farm, Io, Titan, Mars, and Mercury were all removed, along with the strikes that were on those locations. So, for example, the Pyramidian Strike and the Sabathun Song Strike were now gone. There was also the Raid, the Leviathan, along with all of its raid layers. That means Leviathan, Eater of Worlds, Spire of Stars were all gone, as well as all the seasonal raids from the Forsaken year. Scourge of the Past and Crown of Sorrow, also gone. Story content, the Red War campaign, gone. Curse of Osiris campaign, gone. The Warmind campaign, gone, as well as all the adventures that were on those destinations, all also gone. They also removed a bunch of Crucible maps, and I don't even want to list all that because it would take me forever. Filming Crispy forgot, but they also removed a bunch of quests from the game. Half of the weapon quests were now gone, and the weapons from those quests now, instead of getting those weapons through epic quest lines, you get them from a literal vending machine. Epic quest line, vending machine. Oh my god. Understand that this decision was corrosive.
It was deeply anti-consumer without any upside for us. It's not like Destiny was suddenly overflowing with new content to replace the old. Just felt like a shitty business practice that soured so many people on Bungie and also made Destiny smaller and less interesting and worse.
This is, in my opinion, the biggest reason why Destiny would eventually die out. Not only did this absolutely annihilate consumer trust, it killed the new player experience. The Red War, Curse of Osiris. I did say those stories weren't great, but they are the beginning of the Destiny 2 story. They are the foundation. It was the new player experience. And removing that essentially means that new players are now just tossed into this universe with no way to get to know the characters or the world. It was incredibly confusing for anyone now jumping into Destiny. Now, Bungie did try to mend this. Rather than
wow, that's a sentence that
campaign,
sounds weird out of
Bungie
context.
now had a new player experience in the
vending machine was a mistake.
location from Destiny 1. And this was not a replacement.
My friend played the New Light campaign for the first time back in Witch Queen and quit after the first couple missions. It's just boring. It's boring. It's just not compelling. It's just not compelling.
And after the Cosmodrome, you as a new player are just tossed into this universe with no context as to what you're supposed to do. It was really, really bad, and Bungie would never truly fix this problem. Bungie claims that this decision was necessary in order to continue Destiny 2 as a live service experience. I need to ask how they came to that conclusion. Like, this had to be the final resort. I refuse to believe that the DCV was the first and only resort to continuing Destiny 2. Was there anything else they investigated? Seriously, any ex-Bungie employees, current Bungie employees, current and Bungie employees that are soon to be ex-Bungie employees? Seriously, somebody reach out to me and tell me what kind of R&D went into this decision. Were any other solutions tried? Because this was disastrous. And believe it or not, it's not the only controversy in this year. Okay, sunsetting. Sunsetting was Bungie's answer to that power creep problem from earlier. In other MMOs, like World of Warcraft for example, the solution to the loot problem is to just make the old loot irrelevant. When a new expansion releases, you can't really bring your old stuff into the new content. You have to leave it behind, meaning that you need to grind for the new gear. In something like World of Warcraft, this is seen as normal practice, but there's a big difference between a game like World of Warcraft and a game like Destiny. In Destiny, your gear is an inherent part of your gameplay. This is a first-person shooter. The guns are the main draw. In WoW, my sword obviously makes a gameplay difference, but it's mostly for stats. The core gameplay of my Unholy Death Knight is going to stay the same expansion to expansion, regardless of what gear I have. But in Destiny, yeah, that's not the case. Bungie deciding to sunset old gear meant that a lot of weapon archetypes now had only a few weapons associated with them, greatly limiting the viable weapons that you could use and greatly limiting the loot pool. Also, this resulted in a great player malaise. a lot of people felt like there's no point to grinding for the new stuff because it's going to be irrelevant in a year.
The fact that this feature is being introduced
Yeah, you'd think
is Bungie's
someone
way
would
of
have caught that.
systematically controlling the sandbox while giving you low-level motivation to grind for
least
new
tell them-
seasonal content.
It was ironic.
And while they
Bungie's
were
best
buying new
shot at fixing
cars,
the loot incentive problem just
or
killed the
old
loot
cars.
grind even more. Now, Bungie would eventually walk back this overall disastrous decision, but it resulted in even more loss of trust among the player base.
You can't just back out of Poland, Hitler. We saw what you did.
This is effectively
Yeah, I
the
did
year
see
where
that.
Bungie abandoned PvP.
Hey,
In the
cartoon.
previous year, during Shadow,
It's
we
fucking
definitely
hilarious.
saw signs of this, but Beyond Light, the newest expansion, this didn't have any new maps at all, revised or otherwise. There were no new major additions to the Crucible or to the PvEVP mode, Gambit. I know a lot less people care about Gambit than they care about the Crucible, but I'm a dedicated Gambit fan. What was that?
That's a lie and you know it.
Seriously, bit aside, competitive game modes like the Crucible and Light Gambit were basically abandoned during this year.
I got into Destiny as a PvP player, and quite obviously it has become less and less of a PvP game as time has gone on. We did not leave Destiny, Destiny left us.
On top of all that, Bungie also introduced a new element in this expansion called Stasis. It was the main
That implies
draw
I had a
of
career to
the
begin
expansion.
with.
And Stasis was clearly not tested for PvP. It was incredibly broken and unfun to play against, and it remained that way for months. The abandonment of PvP wasn't a big deal for me because I wasn't a PvP player, but for a lot of people, especially content creators, this marked the end of the game for them. A lot of people play Destiny because of the Crucible, and now with its abandonment, a lot of players were abandoning the game as well. And we're still not done! Oh my god. During this year, IGN released a damning article about the workplace practices at Bungie. IGN has spoken to 26 current and former employees that have worked at Bungie within the last decade. Their accounts of the studio's work culture encompass a wide range of experiences. They span overt sexism, boys club culture, crunch, and HR protection of abusers, as well as more complex stories of aggression, systematic inequalities, and difficulties in being heard. However, the interviewees also include a number of more recent employees who, despite their own hurts, truly believe the studio is slowly but steadily improving, and were candid about the immense challenges in trying to turn a massive ship to a better direction. This is around the same time as the Blizzard litigations in California and the Ubisoft allegations of sexual harassment and sexual violence in the workplaces. It was a bad time, not just for Bungie, for the entire gaming industry in general. I know, gamers being horrible to women, it's a plot twist that nobody could have seen coming. But yeah, it was really disappointing to hear this from Bungie. Oh, and rest assured, it wasn't just women. A lot of men were coming out of Bungie with stories of workplace toxicity and harassment as well. One of those men was a Mylan Games, who you might recognize from our Quick Cup of Tea episode where we covered the Destiny community drama. While that crash out was unjustified, this crash out regarding workplace toxicity, yeah, it was a lot more reasonable. That guy dealt with an unbelievable amount of crap from Bungie. Now, despite all these stories, Destiny continued. And you might be wondering, how? For a lot of other games and a lot of other studios, this would mark the end. But Destiny continued because the Beyond Light year was really good. The expansion itself definitely wasn't the best we've ever gotten, but it had some solid activities, a great endgame raid, and a great new destination. The new Stasis subclass brought back the ability customization that we were used to from Destiny 1 in a big way, and resulted in one of the most unique and enjoyable subclasses in the game's history. On top of all that, the seasonal model was greatly improved in this year. We still wouldn't be getting the kind of endgame activities we got during the Forsaken era, But in exchange, we got really consistent content drops. Every single week, there was some new story content to engage in, new activities to play. It was so fun. And the story was really good this year. The characters were really fun, with actual good banter between the characters that wasn't just Marvel movie quips. There was also a lot of new additions, like Keitel, Mithrax, and the main villain of the next year, Savathun, being introduced slowly but surely during this year. It felt like we were engaging in a fun and continuous story, with lots of twists and turns and fun gameplay to engage in.
One other thing that released during this time was the 30th anniversary pack. This celebrated the anniversary of Bungie, the developer, and honestly, when this was leaked, I didn't believe the leak, not just because there were fake leaks flying around all the time, but also because the pack sounded insane. This would contain weapons from Halo, which was not a property Bungie had any rights to anymore. It had a pirate-themed dungeon in the Destiny 1 loot cave, which is a fan favorite kind of mythologized destination. Frankly, all that sounded like a bunch of fan fiction. But then the pack was revealed, and that's exactly what it was. And it turned out to be one of the most fun updates the game ever received. And it led into probably one of the best eras the game had ever seen with the Witch Queen. Yep, this was my favorite expansion. It brought an incredible single-player campaign to the game. The campaigns historically have been so-so, with alright gameplay and decent stories. But this time around, Witch Queen brought an incredibly cool, mysterious, and engaging narrative with one of the best villains I've ever seen in any video game ever, with Savathun. The gameplay was challenging and fun, with puzzle mechanics and very difficult boss fights. Like, seriously, Savathun as a story boss was no pushover. She was a serious challenge that took me hours to beat. The endgame activities introduced during Witch Queen were also amazing, with one of the best raids the game had ever seen. There's also new systems like weapon crafting. The Witch Queen was an incredible expansion, and the year after Witch Queen had some of the best seasons the game had ever seen. There was a definite mediocre point with the second season of the year, Season of the Plunder, but overall, the seasons all led to and culminated in a great story with an incredible cinematic to end it off. I cannot emphasize enough that this is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, cinematics in gaming history. I know it looks boring as all hell if you're not a Destiny fan. It's just a bunch of characters staring at a big ball floating up into the sky. And yet, like I said, it brought me to tears. This was the culmination of almost a decade of storytelling. Bungie and Destiny always felt like they were just on the cusp of telling a good story, just on the cusp of realizing the full potential of this universe. And with this cinematic, this cutscene, and the stories that led up to it, I realized that we finally did it. We finally reached the point where Destiny has a great story with great characters. We were entering the finale of this saga, and I finally felt like we had fulfilled the potential of the Destiny universe. I was excited for what the future of the franchise would bring, and the epic finale of the battle of light versus darkness. Lightfall was really bad. Lightfall was actually meant to be the final climax of Destiny, the last expansion of the story. However, Bungie decided to split the story into Lightfall, which would then lead into Final Shape, which is the true finale. Still though, Lightfall is in the final act. You'd think the final act of this story about defending the last city would, be about the last city. Destiny is a very complicated universe. A lot of factions,
sounds like it.
Politics, different magic systems. It's a lot. But the fundamental premise of the story is simple. You, the good guy, defend place from bad guys. That's it. As long as you can understand the simple premise of defend the last city, then
You got the gist of it. But no, Lightfall instead would take place on Neomuna, a secret second city that's been on Neptune the entire time. Let me make it clear. The idea of a second city of humanity out there is actually a cool concept. And in the lore, even back in Destiny 1, there were rumors of other pockets of humanity out there. However, using one of these other secret pockets of humanity as the location for the final act, when we've never been to this place before, we've never met these characters before, we have no reason to care about this place at all, yeah, it was certainly a choice. Instead of focusing on the cast of characters that we'd grown to love, you know, the cast of characters that were in that cinematic that we all love so much, instead of focusing on them, we got new characters in the form of Rohan and Nimbus. Some of the most god-awful characters I've ever seen. Rohan was the most generic doomed to die mentor character I've seen in fiction. And Nimbus was... oh god, Nimbus.
Well, the uglier they are, the harder they fall, right?
I've seen so many rewrites of Destiny 2 Lightfall where people try to make Neomuna work. They try to make Nimbus work, they try to make Rohan work. And I'm sorry, but no. No. Just no. This could not have worked.
How were the important bits screwed up so badly? That's what I need to know. Because we can talk about all the good redeeming bits of this campaign, but it's the fact that the basics failed that really irritates me. I have seriously lost some trust after this.
No matter how hard Bungie tried, no matter how much hindsight you have, Neomuna is an inherently inferior place to set a finale than the actual last city of humanity, the place we've been defending the whole time. If you want to make Neomuna work, you had to establish it years prior. Instead, Bungie had months, and it was just nothing. Nobody cared about this place. It didn't help that the main focus of the story, besides this place we've never been, is a MacGuffin we've never heard of. The Veil. The Veil was the main focus of the campaign. Bungie didn't even explain what the Veil was. We just needed to defend it. What is it? Who knows? After the release of Lightfall, we got some decent seasons. Though after 2 years of this weekly cadence of storytelling, people were starting to get sick of it. I mean, we had 2 years of this, we're on the 3rd year now, it gets repetitive. And while there were definitely some strong narrative beats in this year of seasonal storytelling, I don't think it was enough to make up for the utter failure of Lightfall. But it gets worse, because this was the first year that Bungie would announce major layoffs at the studio. The layoffs occurred on
Oh, goody. That's always a sign of a healthy company.
100 employees were laid off as a result of Destiny 2's declining performance. The quality miss of the Lightfall expansion, the general economic slowdown, and internal development issues with Bungie's upcoming shooter, Marathon. We're going to talk about Marathon in a second, but it was really, truly heartbreaking to watch Bungie employees in real time realizing that they lost their jobs, including Lyanna Rupert, one of the most vocal members of the Bungie team, the community manager. She was gone too. Working in games when you have high anxiety during a mass layoff trend across the whole industry is panicking. Every new meeting invite, like, this is where I lose everything and it's super fun, and then a little later...
Oh, hey, for Zelga.
Well, my heart is breaking for all affected. I am now looking for new opportunities. I have 21 years of games industry experience in media production and community management. I'm processing. I'm so heartbroken. I don't know what to do from here. This was my home. I feel so lost. God, dude, this was awful. And this is really where that resentment against Marathon started, because, yeah, internal development issues with Marathon were a huge reason why people were getting laid off. Marathon is Bungie's other shooter, an extraction shooter based on one of their older IPs. And I say this over and over again, I like Marathon. Doesn't stop people from jumping in my comment section saying that I have a hate boner against the game, but still, I guess I might as well say it again as an attempt. I like this game. But objectively speaking, it was in development hell for a long time. I got so many comments after the last video saying that, oh, it's impossible for Marathon to take resources away from Bungie because Bungie is a multi-million, multi-billion-dollar company. Guys, no matter how much money you have, limited resources are limited resources. Nothing is infinite. And objectively, a lot of people who were working on Destiny, especially on the PvP side, went over to Marathon. All of this led to a lot of bitterness towards Marathon, especially during this Lightfall era, and that has continued up until this time, as can be seen by all the annoying comments I got in my last episode. This was also the point where Sony, the massive developers behind the PlayStation and many of your favorite console exclusives, they bought Bungie.
Yeah, both of them.
As part of Sony's quarterly report this week, we got an additional piece of the puzzle as to why Bungie cost them $3.6 billion. And the more we hear about this, the more it seems like Bungie's side actually managed to negotiate an extremely good deal for itself and its employees. This all started with the surprise confirmation that not just Destiny 2, but future Bungie IPs would remain multi-platform, with Bungie retaining publishing independence. But now we've learned that while $2.4 billion of that deal is to buy Bungie's private shares, the remaining $1.2 billion is going directly to pay employee shareholders as part of incentives to get them to stay with the company after acquisition. Oof. Get them to stay with the company. That definitely hurt, especially since we had all these layoffs going around at the same time. The Sony acquisition, Marathon struggling development, the layoffs, it wasn't looking good, especially because the game wasn't exactly in a great state. Lightfall wasn't just disappointing from a story perspective, it also just wasn't phenomenal from a gameplay perspective.
It's already a tall enough task to try to wrap up a 10-year saga, but after this showing, I think it's an even taller one.
The seasons didn't do much to bring back me and many other players, and going into the final year of this saga, morale was down, not just for players, but also for the developers. So, would the final shape live up to the hype? I'm not gonna lie, when the final shape was first revealed, I was sweating bullets. It looked like this is gonna be another very disappointing expansion. All Bungie told us was that we were gonna get 3 new supers, which wasn't a lot in the grand scheme of the ability sandbox, and we'd be getting a new destination called the Pale Heart, which seemed to be a big mishmash of previous destinations we'd already been to. Yay, more reused assets. It wasn't looking great, but as they revealed more details about the final shape, oh my god, it all started to come together. The big turning point was the reveal of a new subclass called Prismatic, which was one of the coolest things I've ever seen in any video game. You basically could now take your subclasses, the ones that you've been using, and combine them into one mega subclass with a bunch of different abilities that all synergize together. Insane. We had never been so powerful and so customizable. On top of that, the location that I thought was going to be a bunch of reused assets turned out to be one of the most beautiful places in gaming history. The Pale Heart was just gorgeous. An amazing abstract location that used nostalgia in the right way. And the best part of all, the story recovered. Lightfall was forgotten, replaced with a genuinely heartfelt story featuring the characters that we actually knew and loved, leading to a truly epic finale where we gathered every character in the Destiny franchise and had one last final battle against the Witness, the big bad evil guy of the story. It was cliche, sure, but
oh, it's a post-mortem of Destiny 2. Yeah. So basically, Borderlands if with more microtransactions.
Man, it was perfect. And that final cutscene where we light the lanterns over the last city with those opening chords from Destiny 1's Orbit music, wow. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Final Shape wasn't just strong from an aesthetic and story standpoint, but the missions themselves were really fun and challenging, just like what we had in Witch Queen. There were tons
it seems
of
like it didn't miss much
activities as well, with secret exotic missions, and by far the most difficult raid we'd ever seen. Seriously, watching that raid race over days was crazy. Looking back, this probably should have been the end of the franchise. I think Destiny was left in a good place at this point. Sure, some of the content that we got after Final Shape is definitely cool, but this was truly something special, a finale worthy of this over decade-long franchise. It was clear that despite everything that Bungie went through in the previous year, despite the horrible reception of Lightfall, despite the layoffs, the team poured everything into making this the finale that fans deserved. And it showed. The future looked bright for Destiny, and then the layoffs happened again. Another round of layoffs.
Yippee.
Bungie CEO Pete Parsons made an announcement on the studio's website saying the increasing cost of development and economic conditions is the reason for the reduction of staff. A refrain that's become common in the last 2 years of prolific video game industry layoffs. Parsons wrote that 220 roles would be eliminated, representing 17% of the company's workforce. That's double. That is double the amount of people that got laid off in the previous year. They poured everything into this. They made something amazing that was critically well received, that did well, that got high player counts. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. They did everything right. They made a great product. It sold well, and it didn't matter. 220 people lost their livelihoods anyway. This was also the point where people really started hating Pete Parsons, the CEO of Bungie. Rightfully so, because it was discovered that while he was laying off hundreds of people, the guy was building up a massive personal car collection of vintage vehicles, which nobody likes seeing that.
This is in fact Pete Parsons' account, and you can see right here all the auction wins that we have seen throughout the past few months and years, and you can see the kind of money that Pete Parsons is spending on these cars.
It didn't bring back these people and their jobs, and the future of Destiny went back to looking rather bleak. It didn't help that the year of seasons that came after the Final Shape wasn't the best we'd seen. Seasons were actually replaced at this point by episodes, which were supposed to be the future of Destiny's content, but I don't know, man. Episodes were not anything special. They were just seasons with less content. People were getting bored of the repetitive nature of seasonal content, and Bungie's solution was just to give us less of it. The only episode really worth playing was the final one, Heresy, which brought back a beloved fan favorite character named Oryx with a new voice actor who was really earning his paycheck. That episode was great, but it didn't make up for all the meandering that we did previously. Once again, player sentiment was low. So, I really thought that after Heresy, Bungie would pivot into Destiny 3. That's where I thought the franchise was going. But nope, Bungie was adamant that they would be continuing with Destiny 2. It's just that they'd be continuing with a different model. Instead of the big expansions that we'd be getting yearly, Bungie would be shipping smaller expansions throughout the year. Kind of similar to what they did after the launch of Destiny 2 with Curse of Osiris and Warmind. Except these new, smaller expansions would still cost $40 friggin' dollars. To put in perspective, previous smaller expansions cost $20 to $30. These $40 price tags were not at all appealing, especially for the content that we were getting. These two expansions, in my opinion, were incredibly mediocre, and even though I think Destiny was already in trouble before these expansions came out, I think that they were the nail in the coffin for the franchise. And I think a big reason why it doesn't have anything to do with the expansions. It has something to do with a completely separate feature that Bungie just put in the game for everybody, regardless of whether or not you wanted it. Welcome to the Portal. The moment Bungie revealed the Portal, I was sweating bullets. So previously, Destiny navigated through something called a director. The director is a big map of the Destiny solar system where you could select planets and select your activities. The director is a pretty classic MMO staple, but Bungie wanted to replace it with what essentially amounts to a game mode menu, similar to what you'd find on Fortnite or Call of Duty. This menu certainly would be easier for new players to navigate, but it made the game a lot less immersive and a hell of a lot less unique. It really sucks too because Bungie actually had a really good solution for quickly queuing into activities in Destiny 1, but instead they decided to go with this convoluted portal thing that would allow players to spam infinite activities to their heart's extent. But the problem was that Bungie had a really limited amount of activities in the portal.
I feel like I've just come to a point where after 3 months of like really trying to make the portal work and, you know, see if I can get into this new grind, the answer, like most people, is no.
Destiny is a big game with a lot to do, despite the fact that they removed a ton of the content. However, the portal took all the content that was still in the game and then only took small pieces of it to put in the portal. A lot of the raids, strikes, and other activities were just not present, meaning that the amount of stuff that you could viably do in the game went down dramatically once the portal was introduced. On top of that, the best way to get gear from the portal was to grind boring solo missions. Destiny is a co-op game at its core. You're supposed to play with a fire team a lot of the time.
And I don't know how you turned an MMO into a single-player game.
Endgame activities were no longer the best source of loot. No, it's spamming boring solo missions and speedrunning through them as fast as possible. That is the new gameplay form of Destiny. The portal was a disaster for Bungie, especially because it took so long for them to develop. They couldn't just undo the portal. It became fundamental to the gameplay cadence of Destiny. Now, we're stuck with it. And now, the other expansions that we're releasing this year are tied with it. These expansions were already going to struggle because of their lack of content, but now, they're tied to a hilariously unpopular system. Yay. The first expansion, Edge of Fate, was, in my opinion, actually not that bad. A lot of people really hate Edge of Fate, and don't get me wrong, I get it. I played it on a friend's account because I didn't bother to buy it on my account, and I thought the campaign was, not gonna lie, not awesome. It wasn't horrific, mind you. It actually had some challenging gameplay, some beautiful vistas, and some fun boss fights. The main problem with it was that it tried to be a Metroidvania with a variety of exploration abilities that just felt very gimmicky and not fun to play around with. I would have rather that Bungie just had this be a normal campaign and focus the development time instead on giving us, you know, new normal abilities that we could use anywhere. The raid that shipped with Edge of Fate was actually really great. I like Desert Perpetual a lot, and I thought the new destination was a welcome one. But unfortunately, that's really all the content I can talk about. Despite having a strong narrative with a weaker story campaign and lackluster content, a lot of people thought Edge of Fate was just genuinely a dark age for Destiny, and I don't blame them, even as someone who doesn't despise the expansion.
I was actually quoting the E-Man cartoon, but
free update called Ash and
yeah,
Iron.
that is quite
or
the
as the Destiny
accomplishment.
community calls it, Ass and Iron, because it really was that horrific.
The Ash and Iron launch has not gone well. The negativity I have seen is overwhelming. Like, if I go on Twitter right now, I scroll down, everyone's just mad.
Then came Renegades.
The typical Tuesday for a Destiny fan.
So this is the Star Wars crossover. When I saw Guardians wielding a lightsaber in Han Solo's gun, I was already also sweating bullets, you know, again. And yeah, this expansion did not do it for me. I didn't even bother to buy this one. I actually like Star Wars sometimes. Andor was great, but I like Star Wars for being Star Wars. I like Destiny for being Destiny. This wasn't a true-to-form Star Wars crossover. It's not like Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker were suddenly appearing in the story. It was more like an expansion with a lot of shoehorned-in Star Wars references, which arguably is even worse. I just did not like this. It took a lot of characters from the lore and from the story that already worked, and
it's for Art Fight. And it's an OC I adopted a while ago. And never really finished the redesign for. Design update. Money. That's why. And it's probably just because the Star Wars franchise needed money rather than the Destiny. So I guess Destiny getting money out of this probably was the objective.
Star Wars-ified them. Drifter basically turned into Han Solo. Meanwhile, Anor Mahal goes from a private investigator, Secret Service warlock, and turns into a Jedi. Like, okay. Overall, this expansion landed better with players, I think just because there was a lot of fun new gear and guns from the Star Wars universe that were fun to play with. But overall, I don't really see why people like this more than Edge of Fate. It didn't introduce any new destinations, and the campaign in this expansion, in my opinion, was much weaker than the one in Edge of Fate. While there were some unique missions, there weren't a lot of them, and that was incredibly disappointing to see. Renegades would be the final Destiny expansion, and I'm sorry, but I can see why. The player count was at an all-time low, and after Renegades, it just continued to decline. It was hard to believe that Destiny once was consistently in the top 10. Now, it's barely in the top 100 on Steam. It was a rough era, and it would be the final bell for the game.
Yeah, we all saw it
Just a
coming.
couple weeks ago, like I said at the top, Bungie announced that they would be ceasing the development of Destiny 2. There would be one more free update, which would essentially cram everything Bungie worked on in the past couple months into the game. Renegades was supposed to ship with a free update similar to Ass and Iron, called Shadow and Order, but Bungie kept on delaying it for months upon months upon months, until now, when they announced that this would be essentially the last update for the game. I guess the foreshadowing was rather obvious with this one. Hearing the stories behind the scenes just broke my and the community's heart. The end of Destiny's development is still a developing story. We've seen reports coming out that Bungie employees didn't even know the game would be coming to an end and were working under the assumption that they were still going to have jobs next year. We've also seen stories about what could have happened with Destiny, that the developers were working on improving that new player experience, but that those resources were shifted over to focus on Marathon instead. We've seen a lot of creator drama in the aftermath of this announcement and a lot of community sorrow, but I've also seen the community come together. During the latest PlayStation Live, Destiny players flooded the chat by the thousands, demanding Destiny 3. There is a rallying cry going on throughout the entire community to bring people together on June 9th. I've got freaking Dungeons and Dragons YouTubers in my DMs, people I used to work with back when I mainly did D&D content, who are texting me, telling me to get on June 9th so that we can save Destiny together. It's actually crazy how many people are coming together for this. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, this makes me smile. It makes me happy. Like, I know it sucks the game is ending, but seeing people come together like this, I can't help it. It feels good. And whether or not it leads to Destiny 3, I'm glad that we got this one last hoorah. So,
I mean, the quote is
at the end
correct.
here, I've got to say that I really did make a mistake saying that Destiny's end was sudden or unexpected, because really, the thing that should have been unexpected is Destiny surviving this long. Like, seriously, it's crazy that we made it over a decade with all the catastrophic decisions made for this game. What killed Destiny? It could have been anything. The butchered new player experience, the portal, the lackluster new updates, the layoffs, capitalism. Seriously, I'm pretty sure that last one's actually the main reason. It's a lot, but at the end of the day, I'm kind of okay with it. I'm at peace with it, at least. Man, I played this game since I was 12.
Yeah. All things must come to an end.
Alright, that was one time, okay? That's my first time, legit dying. Yes! Let's freaking go!
know what? It was a pretty good run.
Lego is a hobby.
Whoops. Had to add that. Play was still on. But yeah, that was the Crispy Tavern's coverage of Destiny 2. And yeah, I said I would play the Skeletor cartoon. All right.
Get back here, He-Man! He-Man!
Guys, it's bad.
What's going on? You can't escape me! Now chase you to the ends of the earth!
What's going on? Yeah, what happened? Destiny happened. Oh no.
Skeletor, what's going on? Destiny 2 is fucking dead! Bungie has officially stopped now development on Destiny! It's over! Well, I'm sure Sony has some plans to... Sony are the reason we're somewhere between Concord and Hitler in the bunker fucked right now!
Wait, so no more Destiny 2?
Wow, that's a sentence.
Oh, wow. So that thing that we all knew was going to happen actually happened.
That's crazy.
I know. But wait, I thought Marathon was going to fix everything. Didn't it sell well?
Belle Delphine made more money selling her bathwater than Bungie did with Marathon. Bungie was out here throwing up more red flags than Dr. Disrespect in a playground, and Sony still did fucking nothing!
Hey, boss.
Please never say
pissed
those
at
two
all,
sentences.
I've got no idea
Those
what the
two
hell you're
things
talking
together.
about.
Yeah, how did we get here? You want to know? Well, listen up, because I'll tell you exactly all the damn shit that led Bungie to this shenanigan bukkake we now find ourselves in.
Okay.
Bungie, after months of no communication, small updates, and a delayed roadmap with less meat on it than an anorexic porn star, announced that they are ceasing all development on Destiny 2 going forward. So now the game is officially dead, and the fan base is blowing up like the Ayatollah. Not so long after, the dirt comes out that Bungie totaled a $765 million impairment loss for when they were acquired by Sony for $3.6 billion. Because who could have guessed that abandoning your main IP for an unproven one wasn't a smart fucking move? This then leads to a public
Titanfall
not
can
only the
attest to
Destiny
that.
community, but those outside of it, as well as a civil
and
war
Highguard.
between the Destiny and Marathon community. This stems from when Bungie split its workforce to create Marathon, which led to Destiny receiving less content. Then more info came out that Sony kept shutting down all internal pitches for what to do with Destiny going forward, which ultimately meant that Destiny threw in the works, and these ideas were too unrealistic to produce. If only Bungie had received $3.6 billion, putting up the highs of the fucking century, and then proceeding to spend it all on vintage cars and whatever else Pete keeps in his fucking garage. Which only raises the question of why the fuck did Sony, after the Concord debacle, buy a sinking ship, and then proceed to do nothing with it. So instead of bolstering Destiny's development, they instead decided to go all in on Marathon and
Or at
came
the
with
very
a
least
greater
convince
chance of a
Peter
comeback
to
than that guy who fucked a horse and died on the internet.
Take
And it's
the
extraction shooter that as of
art
right
museum.
now, and less people playing it than Destiny's who does at its
They can replace
lowest
him.
point. They were banking on Marathon being a success, but oops, we stole art, and now we have to delay our launch. God, I hope another casual extraction shooter doesn't come out and completely steal the market from under us. Ah, fuck! And with Destiny 2's development collapsing because it defeated Renegades in his sale expectations, Marathon now has the entire community on its fucking shoulders, despite never being built to sustain it. So now Bungie, who has a multiple IP company for about 4 months, is in a complete freefall, so now no one knows where the fuck the company is going, not even the developers. So in the end, with no potential future in sight for the company, Destiny 2 as a franchise and the whole fucking thing is completely, positively, absolutely fucked!
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
That's your fucking reaction?
Skeletor, we understand the situation, but even you just admitted that Bungie did themselves no favors, and that this was more or less inevitable.
I know that, but it pisses me off that the people who caused all this to happen won't see any of this shit. But don't worry, I'm prepared for this situation. I've got a master plan in case this was to ever happen.
Great. What is it?
First, we take this chair.
Okay.
Then this noose.
Oh, wait, what?
Then you kick the chair from underneath me and...
Skeletor, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, killing myself.
Becoming an hero.
I thought it was obvious.
Get down from there.
Well, yes, jumping down was the plan.
No, Eternia, give me strength.
E-Man, you're overreacting.
You were in a fucking noose.
Don't be so dramatic.
I wonder what's happening at Bungie right now.
Yeah, you fucking with some wet-ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet-ass pussy.
Sir!
Damn it, Jenkins, not right now. Not during my Cardi B hour.
But sir, is it true? Did we just kill Destiny?
What the fuck is Destiny? Oh, that game we used to make. Jay Jenkins, we didn't kill Destiny. We merely ceased development.
But isn't that the same thing?
Oh, potato, Jenkins.
But where did all the money for development go, sir?
I can assure you, Jenkins, it went to all the right places.
Who ordered the 1974 Chevrolet?
Oh, fantastic! Put it with the others, would you? Oh, Jenkins, that car is a real slut magnet, don't you know?
Sir, please! The community is lost and confused! What should we do?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. I've tried nothing, and I'm still out of ideas.
Sir, I'm starting to think that you're out of touch with this company.
Are you implying that I'm not cool, Jenkins? I'll have you know I'm very down with the kids, no diddy. Look. Ooh, scuba.
Sir, please, there's clearly still a lot of love for Destiny. The state of play was bombarded by cries for a Destiny free, and the change.org only keeps growing by the day.
Well, if they wanted Destiny free, then they'll simply have to buy more Marathon.
But sir, why would they support Marathon after seeing how we've been treating Destiny? Who's to say that we won't do the same to that game too?
Jenkins, you know you talk a lot of shit for someone in layoff distance, right?
But surely Sony isn't happy with the way things are right now.
You'd think so, but I'm quite free to fuck around and never find out.
You know, sir, of all the baffling decisions this company's been making, I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, that we're being manipulated by a higher power.
Like Jesus?
No, Sony, sir.
Yeah.
You know, the more I think about it, it's almost like all the decisions that Sony have made since acquiring us were so fucking stupid and evil.
Well, that's just mean.
That they had to be done by a cartoon villain. An 80s cartoon villain.
You finally figured it out.
I have?
Yes, that this was all the genius planning of Cobra!
Or a CEO that's,
Cobra!
To spread evil and chaos!
Well, that's just fucking stupid.
Who do you think spent $3.6 billion on this company and then did nothing with it? Who do you think made Bungie abandon Destiny to work on Marathon? Who do you think shut down every chance to save the company? And who do you think put a total dipshit in charge of it?
How dare you? Only I get to call Jenkins that.
And now that we've finally gotten
Come out.
Destiny cancelled, the people were mad and panic was spread far and wide.
Oh no!
And there is no one who can turn the tide against the might of Cobra!
Care to repeat that, you son of a bitch?
What? G.I. Joe!
That's right, Cobra. And I just pulled a Caitlyn Jenner to tell you that the developers are right now performing the ultimate final update for Destiny 2.
No! It's my IP to sit on and do nothing with! Ah! Curse you, G.I. Joe!
Wow, Destiny 2 developers, I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to. We the developers never stop caring. And as long as we're here, we'll never leave the Destiny 2 community hanging.
Jump! Jump!
Wow, they must really care about me.
For God's sake, Skeletor, look around. This is blowing out of proportion.
I know, there's more people here than there are playing Marathon right now.
Skeletor, listen to me. Just because Destiny 2 has ceased development doesn't mean that this is the end for Destiny. We've been down this road many times before, and we've always stuck together. We will shout loud and clear about this so that Sony hears our desire for more Destiny content. If not for us, then for the developers, who worked hard to deliver what they could against such incredible odds. Their passion for the game is just as strong as ours. So let us work together and show our support to prove to Sony that Destiny is still— Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, what? Were you saying something, He-Man?
Oh, I give up.
Well, that makes two of us. Right, enough to hang myself now. What? What was that?
The new TWAB just came out.
And?
Well, it looks amazing. New catalysts, and the director is back.
Wow, reworked exotics and abilities.
Battle racing. Weapon tier upgrading.
An artifact rework.
Wow, new vendor shit.
All this on June the 9th? That's today.
But what does this all mean?
You fools! This could only mean one thing! Destiny is back!
Well, I wouldn't say that, but—
Destiny 2 is back!
And the copium has kicked in.
We're back! We're so back!
Oh shit.
World Star!
We're so back!
Everyone was harmed during the making of this video. Alright. I don't know about you, but I think I'm just gonna listen to more music. And what better music than Donkey Kong music? There we go. Thanks about that, right? Alright. Looks like we are finally done with this thing. Oops. Got the details for the sketch commission. Double checking. Okay. Alrighty, you have a good night. This one is gonna be part 2 of the design I did for Robin as a commission. Don't know if they're still in the chat. They wanted a Masquerada and Delphox fusion to round things off. Okay. So give them more Delphox features for the mouth. Yeah, I wasn't really sure how the Masquerada mouth actually looked, honestly. I have honestly no idea how to make Masquerada's mouth look cute. I know the Snaggletooth was supposed to give it a smug look, but I don't know, it just kind of bugs you whenever you finally notice it. Yeah, I getcha. I was trying to go with the more upturned head, honestly. Give me 1 second while I pull up the for your character. There it is. Okay. Yeah, let's fix that up, actually. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Gotta mix the rest of the head, and then we can actually draw the hair out. Is it hair, or is it? That's the fur that resembles hair. Furry hair.
Whatever. Call them. I call it here. I'll just stick to calling it here.
Alright. And let's see. It's mainly going off the prep for your vtuber for the hair. Yeah. Alright, let's see. I almost forgot. Easiest way to implement the antenna. Alright, let's see now. After a bit of an organic look. It's an extremely large tree branch.
tree branch with the chick to it. Albeit. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. There we go. That will be in the way for whatever grows out. Anyway, oops. And to get to work on the flower portion. Yeah, I'm just gonna make that base. sure, coloring it in is going to be a pain, but that's future me's problem. I'm out. Oh yeah, shoulders area was supposed to be fluffy. Yeah, I'll do that for that. get the Escarada legs. I may have made this a bit large. Fixing. Alright. Okay. Add a little bit more so right there. Yeah, that's good. I just gotta add those leaf collar cape thing. I don't really know what to call it. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a cape, even if it is in 2 segments. Yeah, once I'm done with drawing the cape, I'll duplicate the layer and get to work on the dress. That way I can kill 2 birds with one stone. Alright. Duplicate the layer. Hide dispersion. The okay, so leafy dress is usual. Ah. Damn. Gosh.
Okay, we got skirt and non-skirt versions. And separate the two. Hey, where's the canvas? There we go. Oh yeah, I think I was supposed to add glasses to this. Yeah, I'll do that after I add the base color.
makes sense. Hilarious. Yeah, probably not. Actually, yeah. Oh. I think I remember what each of these actually. Let's see. We're gonna put the freckles actually. Okay. Yeah, time to cheat. Finding this. Lightning red fiery patterns, huh? Okay. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I think I should probably end the stream. It is been at it for about 5 hours now, so yeah, I'll go ahead and save it. Okay. Alright, well, I'd like to thank everyone for coming tonight, and I will see you all next time.